95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano. And Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. Silk News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Eco-Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of "I belong" and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eco-Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets, and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco-Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
The Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did this these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launch was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do them. We do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General, and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology and nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what you call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work, for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
In April 1960, just months before Nigeria's independence, a 26-year-old ascended one of the most revered thrones in Yoruba land. His name, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona. His reign, almost 65 years. His legacy, a modernized crown, a globalized culture, and an unwavering voice for truth. Born 10th of May 1934 into the royal house of Anikinaya to Prince Rufai Adetono Adeleke and Ajibabi Adetono Ne Onashile, Sikiru Kayode Adetono's royal destiny was set early. He attended Baptist School, Ereko, in 1943, Ogbere United Primary School, and Ansarudin School, Ijebu-Ode, before enrolling at Oluiwa College, now Adeola Odutola College, from 1951 to 1956. He later worked briefly in the audit department of the Western region in Ibadan before leaving for the United Kingdom in 1958 to study accountancy. But history had other plans. On the 2nd of April 1960, he was installed as the 58th Awujale of Ijebu land, taking the regnal name Ogbagba Agbotewole II. Young, confident, and stepping into leadership just as the new Nigeria was emerging, marking the beginning of one of the longest and the most consequential reigns in Nigeria's history. Despite his demanding role, Oba Adetona maintained close family ties. He was married and blessed with children, who were raised in the blend of royal tradition and modern education that defined his worldview. Known to be a devoted family man, he valued privacy in personal matters, but ensured his children had opportunities for education both within and outside Nigeria. Socially, he was at ease in multiple wards, equally comfortable in palace courts, university lecture halls, diplomatic gatherings, or informal community events. He cultivated friendships across business, politics, and academia, yet was deeply rooted in his hometown, often mingling with his people during festivals and communal projects. The coup that saved a king. But destiny tested him. In the early 1980s, a government commission of inquiry moved against him. Suspension and deposition loomed. The order was to take effect in early 1984. Then came 31st December 1983. A military coup swept away the civilian administration, and with it, the threat to his throne. The Awujale returned more respected, more resolute. Beyond royal ceremonies, Oba Adetona built a reputation as a monarch unafraid to challenge authority. He spoke plainly on governance, justice, and public accountability. In 2016, he institutionalized those ideas by endowing a 250 million naira professorial chair in governance at Olabisi Onabanjo University, OOU, the first of its kind by a Nigerian traditional ruler. It was a deliberate investment in shaping ethical leadership for generations to come. The Oju Dioba Festival long predicted his reign, but under Adetona, it became an international spectacle, a celebration of Ijebu identity, Yoruba elegance, interfaith harmony, and cultural soft power. It drew politicians, captains of industry, global tourists, and the diaspora to Ijebu each year, making it both a cultural statement and an economic engine. Adetona presided over a kingdom of religious plurality, Islam, Christianity, and traditional worship, often using his platform to advocate tolerance. Though a devout Muslim and president of the United Muslim Council, he regularly attended Christian events and encouraged interfaith harmony. And now, the final chapter. On 13th July 2025, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona Ogbagba Agbotewole II passed away at the age of 91. He was buried according to Ijebu customs in solemn rites, shielded from public view. Attention now turns to succession and the weight of following one of Nigeria's longest-serving traditional rulers. Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona reigned across three Nigerias: the colonial twilight, the start of military rule, and the promises and failures of democracy. He proved that a throne could be modern without losing its roots, bold without losing its identity, and proud without closing its doors. His voice will echo in the university lectures he inspired, the festival he globalized, the cultural pride he nurtured, and in the personal values he instilled in his family. As Ijebuland turns the page, one question lingers: whether or not the next Awujale will match relevance with integrity and tradition with transformation, following the path of the past hero. Grace Komolafe, Souk Perspective.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, BUA had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which is at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. It operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Chausseo. BUA invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal, which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is Souk Business Landscape.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Souk Business Landscape. But before we proceed, we want to sincerely apologize for starting the show late. I'm sure you had a very wet Monday, and of course I can tell you that our instruments too had a very wet Monday. Now let's jump into today's conversation. This is your trusted window into the world of business, economy, and development, where we decode the forces shaping the market, industries, and national growth. Today, we explore the intersection of power and productivity, infrastructure and innovation, fiscal compliance and exchange rate dynamics, stories that define the economy and the pulse of Nigeria and the global environment, from Nigeria's 2.31 trillion naira power generation losses to new shipyard accreditations in the maritime sector, from the naira's strongest performance of the year to a deep dive into property markets transparency. We bring you data-driven insights into how policy performance and productivity are shaping business outcomes. I'm Oyinpriye Krumale, and this is Souk Business Landscape. I'm not here alone by myself. I have two gentlemen joining me on the program this morning. Good morning to you, Olumide.
Good morning, Priye. Good morning, Toby. So glad to be here. Happy New Week. They say if Monday does not excite you, get a new job.
Get a new job if Monday doesn't excite you. I want to know if that's the same thing with the lawyer. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Priye. That's the first time I'm hearing that. Good morning, Olumide.
Good morning.
It's Monday morning. Just get the money. Just get the money. It's Monday morning. You work hard, get the money. Yeah.
Okay. I know over the weekend we all heard issues that have been going on, and so not only social media, even in the conventional media space, and we know tempers have been rising here and there coming from Nigerians. However, we only hope for the best for our country and for the world. Without further ado, let me intimate you with some of the stories we'll be looking at this morning. First, we'll bring you the story that reveals that power generation companies in Nigeria have lost over 2.31 trillion naira in revenue between 2013 and 2025 due to electricity that could have been generated but was wasted because the national grid could not evacuate or distribute it to consumers. Essentially, this is lost income from unused capacity caused by inefficiencies in the electricity transmission and distribution value chain. I know you and I are all aware that the transmission company, they've been doing their best, but their best are not good enough. We're going to look at that in the course of the conversation. Then we will go into logistics, where the Nigerian Railway Corporation confirmed that the derailment of the Warri-Itakpe train just 4 days after resuming operation. The incident underscores ongoing operational and safety concerns in the country's railway system, one of Nigeria's flagship infrastructure meant to enhance mobility and logistics. After that story, we'll go to our third story, and it borders on 7 leading Nigerian banks. You know, their names, I'm sure you're all aware of their names. They're collectively paying 674.68 billion naira in taxes in the first half of 2025. That's about 14.69% rise compared to the same period in 2024. It reflects stronger profitability, compliance, and regulatory alignment within Nigeria's financial system. Then we'll now move on to the naira. It's said to be strengthened recently to 1,421 naira 73 kobo to the dollar at the close of October. Its best performance in 2025 so far. Little wonder they said that's the highest value. Now, this appreciation was driven by increased foreign exchange inflows, prudent monetary policies, and better liquidity management at the Central Bank of Nigeria. After that, we will visit the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, which has accredited 27 shipyards across Nigeria to enforce safety, operational, and environmental standards under the maritime law. This move strengthens regulation and promotes professionalism in the shipbuilding and repairs industry. Then we will now journey to the audit by Oikos that found that about 50,000 duplicate property listings out of 100,000 sampled in Nigeria's real estate platforms, indicating widespread data duplication and misinformation. Can you beat that? The duplicates distort property prices, reduce transparency, and undermine the buyer trust. Our next conversation will then border on the landing cost of imported petrol into Nigeria, which has dropped to 829 naira 77 kobo to the liter, which is now cheaper than ex-depot price of locally refined fuel from refineries like the Dangote's refinery, priced at 877 naira per liter. This shift signals a new pricing imbalance in the downstream oil sector. And finally, Treasury Secretary Scott Bensent has cautioned that sectors like housing may already be in recession due to high interest rates, urging the Federal Reserve to cut rates sooner to
to avoid broader economic contradiction. These are what we intend to look at if the time permits us. But without further ado, let's go on a break. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Think like that because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is suit business landscape.
Live. Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us. Now we begin with this first story. Nigeria had reportedly lost 2.31 trillion naira over the past 12 years due to electricity that could have been produced but went unused because of greed and operational limitations. It's a report that both the Punch newspaper and gathered the data provided by Association of Power Generation Companies of Nigeria and analyzed by the Punch newspaper that covers a specific period of time between 2013 and 2025. It highlights the cumulative value of electricity that was technically available for generation but could not be evacuated through the national grid or delivered to users. According to the reports, the losses underscored long-standing challenges in Nigeria's electricity sector, including inadequate grid infrastructure, operational inefficiencies, and the inability of distribution networks to absorb available power. The association figures highlight the urgent need for investment in grid expansion and modernization to harness the country's full power generation potential and reduce financial waste in the sector. Olumide, we've heard and seen times without number that the transmission company of Nigeria had complained some time ago about their inability, most especially when criticisms raised their voice that as a nation of over 200 million population, South Africa is just barely between 45 and 60 million people.
Yes.
And they have about 40,000 or 60,000 megawatts of electricity. And Nigeria, 200 million people, the giant of Africa, we seem not to have enough. In fact, sometimes they come out telling us we have 15.
Yes.
Sometimes we're told we have more than 15, 17, or 20. But as a result of some infrastructural gap that's currently a challenge in the industry, we are unable to transmit or to distribute the 15,000 megawatts that we said to have. And this sometimes it's as if this could be one of the reasons why we're experiencing grid collapse for the 18th time. And the questions are coming forward. If we are looking towards industrialization as a nation, and we do not have the required electricity that will become the power base for industries to run, to operate, to function, and to thrive, where are we then going? Because that's not only the disadvantage, it is obvious that the discourse and even transmission, they are losing money. In the space of 12 years, 2.31 trillion naira.
For any country to function or to go into industrialization, we need to sort out power. Now, power was deregulated into three parts. We have the GenCos, the people generating, and then we have the people transmitting, and of course, the distributors. So now, power is being generated. I think we're about, according to reports, we're about 11,000 to 17,000 gigawatts. That's what we generate. But much of that is not going into the end consumer. By the end consumer, you're getting 5,000 megawatts to 6,000 megawatts. So along the line, so what we are generating is not what we are actually transmitting. So normally when you generate, you feed to the national grid. And TCN, Transmission Company of Nigeria, they're the ones handling that. And they will now, of course, send to discos, who will now get it to the end users. So along the line, something happens. We are not being able to actually distribute what we want. We are, according to report, what I'm seeing here, we need about 60 gigawatts for Nigeria.
60 gigawatts.
6 gigawatts. Yes, that's what we need or estimated. But we are trying to move towards 42 gigawatts to 60 gigawatts. And until we decide to upgrade our system, we will continue to have grid collapse. We'll continue to have a whole lot of things. The infrastructure is just decaying. Even GenCos right now, or DISCOs, they are actually in debt. So many times they've come out to say, oh, the federal government, we need this, we need that, we need that, we need that. But even in as much as Nigeria has now said that states generate, distribute, do this, states start to generate. How many states are actually generating? Lagos is doing. Lagos is always doing. Let's move Lagos. I don't always like to talk about Lagos. What about other states in the southwest, in the southeast, in the north? And should we also just focus on just national grid? What about alternative power? What about wind power, turbine? We have so much solar. We should not just only concentrate on just one particular thing. So that is why I think that's what led to that initiative of state generate your own power.
Yeah.
So you are not limited to just generating electricity. You can generate alternative energy, however you want to do it, so that you can feed your community. Yes, you will feed certain to the national grid. Then the remaining you can feed. So now when you start generating, and when you have alternative source of power, you have solar, you have this, you have that, you have a whole lot to feed your community. And also, if you're willing, you can also subsidize. So much of it is just wasted power. We're just in a situation whereby power is just wasted. What we are generating, we can't even feed it. You said that, I think South Africa did about almost 90 in a year. 90 to 100,000 gigawatt in a year. And we are still doing maybe 20,000 in a year or thereabout. So it's a whole lot, and I think until we start to take power really serious. Now I'm not going to blame any. I'm not going to point fingers at the federal government, because they've now said, state, go and generate yours. So the onus lies on the state now. Start generating. Lagos is generating fine, but what about other states? And how do they see power? Do they see it as something that a state can actually use to industrialize, expand? Because we keep talking about, why is it that it is Lagos that is all these investors are coming to? Why is it Lagos that they are doing this, they are doing that? If investors don't see the potential to come into your state, they don't see power, something as, how would I call it, social amenity, something as minute as power that is not well managed in your state, investors will not come. Foreign investors, it discourages foreign investors. Even grid collapse discourages investors. Also, people are now talking about power being expensive. We still have to tackle that. But let's even remove that, because if you want stable power, of course, you might have to pay more for stable power. So let me just stop there.
Okay. I thought you were going to jump into the band A or band B.
I'll do that later.
Issue, because what we are seeing here, there's weak transmission infrastructure. There is also distribution networks that are not functioning properly. And also there are poor coordination across the electricity value chain. So it's a source of concern. What's your take on it?
Just like you mentioned, we have structural inefficiencies, and this goes back to the grid bottleneck of what we are facing right now. There's a loss. That means we're generating, and when you're generating, it means that there has to be a receiver. Just like Olumide, broke the three sectors of how power is being generated, consumed, and all that. Yeah. So if we're generating this much and we are still losing, it means that there's an issue with the, should I say, the institution that gives the proper infrastructure to be able to distribute and consume this light as it should be consumed enough. And not to delve so much, because Olumide said so much as the first speaker. You would see that in losing so much of this, you begin to give investors doubts. Now, just like the last time I was here, I mentioned what is the focus of the government to bring in investors into the country, because you need investors. Now, once they see this lack of efficiency, they see, exactly. They begin to doubt you. They begin to see situations like, I mean, we know how many companies are about to close up because of lack of light or power, to say. And if you are generating this much and we are not seeing the effect and you're losing, then revenue starts to suffer. And once revenue suffers that much, you then start to do you start going for scraps of how to, then there's so much burden on the people. So we need to look inward, how to make this, infrastructures properly built enough to contain this power you're producing to be able to be distributed properly. So,
so for me, why doesn't it appear that this is a space where if we see some level of inefficiency, it's also an avenue for
business opportunity.
Business opportunity for investors to also jump into the frame of things and to put in their money. Is it that the capital requirement for businesses to jump in, or the ease of doing business in that industry seem to be very, very challenging? Because recently in the 2025 Energy Summit here in Nigeria, we heard where the Minister of Power, Adelabu, was saying that we have about 500,000 meters. That's talking about meter coverage. And we do not have, we've only installed about 100,000 because there's lack of technical manpower to install the rest. I don't know if that's tenable. It's tenable. However, I'm looking at the market, the opportunities that is there presented for the private investors. It looks like private individuals are not taking advantage of it, or is it, well, we know it's capital intensive, but what could be the way out? Because this should attract investors to want to pick up the gauntlet and do something.
Discos are in so much depth, even the federal government is owning the discos. There's a whole lot going on. And in a particular state in the East, the government is saying they're going to even reduce the cost of electricity tariff.
I think it was even reduced, and the discos went protesting.
So how do you help, how do they make ends meet? How do they, run their calculations? Now, you talked about metering. I remember during the former administration, the administration of late President Muhammadu Buhari, former Vice President Oshibajo ordered that all households should be metered. He made that statement that all households should be metered. Until today, how many households are metered? It's even a cartel, because now you go to the discos and pay that, okay, they will even tell you that they don't have meters available. Yeah. So you have to pay in advance. And of course, you have to grease palms, because you're not just going to pay for the meter. You have to pay some amount so that when the stock comes in, they would remember that, oh, pay it. Okay, they will now call pre, okay, we have some meters available, we're bringing it to your place. That's one thing there. So how do we even start to get, then again, I remember where I was staying before, we didn't have meter. So we're running on postpaid, and they were giving us outrageous estimated bills. At a point, we paid 400,000 naira. It was really, really, it was heartbreaking. And when we went to the discos, we met one of the marketers who didn't want to, be known and all that. And she said that they actually have a target every month that they must meet. Once they meet that target, whatever is left comes to them. Hence,
when they mean them individually or organization-wise?
Organization-wise.
Organization-wise.
Yes. So now, hence the estimated bill.
And the target was given to them by the government.
Well, I don't even know who. So now, the reason what led to that was because we were given one bill that we were not supposed to be given, and we went to make complaint that this bill, we've sorted it out, and she said, oh, according to her. Now, once it is printed, it can be reversed. I don't see logic in that. There's an error in the billing. We've shown it to you. What you are saying, it is gone. So it's a whole lot of things that is going on. And yes, it creates a business opportunities for the investors. But if an investor is going to come in, I mean, look at Adeleke. He has a gas plant, I think, around but waiting to be connected. So it's not as if we don't have investors coming. We have investors coming in, but how many of their plants are even being connected? Then what is now? It's not even about generating. It's not about transmitting.
It's transmitting.
It is distributing.
Distribution.
Yes.
But both transmission and distribution seem to be having challenges.
Yes, so it's not even about generating. We've sorted that. It's now about transmitting and distributing. So how can you distribute when you don't have meters? How can you distribute when a whole community sharing 1 meter, one transformer rather, and once that transformer blows, maybe in a month or thereabout, they will not have power.
Okay, but is it also a possibility that the number or the amount of electricity that we have or that we have generated and that we have not been able, I know you are not an electric expert, but that we have not been able to evacuate or transmit, storing them in the system, or when they are being withheld back in the system, if they can in and of themselves become some form of harm to the distributing or the transmission infrastructure that we currently have on ground, even though it's not enough, if that in itself could be a possible reason. Well, because they need to tell us what we need to do to be able to efficiently make use of this power.
So like I said earlier, it's based on infrastructure. When you have the capacity, I'll give you a very basic response to this. You have a phone, and there's a memory card inside, 4 gig, 6 gig. You know, when it gets to the limits, your phone starts to shut down, starts to glitch. That's what happens. You are producing more than you can hold or withhold. So once the system holding on to the power is filled, and you don't have, like Olumide said, you don't have the meters, to get these things sent out, then it breaks down, it shuts down. This is what happens, and that's why we have to, of course, modernize our grids. We have to go all out to ensure that we have the 21st century standard of grids. So that when we produce, now we've done so well to produce, but we don't have enough capacity to store. And once we can't store properly, then we can't transmit.
Great. Now, I think it's high time we go to our next part of conversation. Let's go to our next story. And that in itself is, we're moving away from power, and we are moving on to the next story. The next story talks about rail transportation in Nigeria. The Nigerian Railway Corporation has confirmed the derailment of the Warri-Itakpe train, bringing rail services along the corridor to an immediate halt just 4 days after operations resumed. The incident was announced in a statement released by the Nigerian Railway Corporation on Sunday. Prior to this derailment, the Railway Corporation had suspended Warri-Itakpe service on August 2nd following repeated breakdowns and technical issues. The service briefly resumed before the derailment occurred, adding to recent concerns about rail safety in the country, including the Kaduna-Abuja accident on August 26th. The Warri-Itakpe route, covering approximately 350 kilometers, is currently the longest of Nigeria's 3 modern train lines, alongside the Lagos-Ibadan and Abuja-Kaduna services. The corporation has yet to disclose the cause of the derailment or whether there were any casualties, while investigations and safety checks are expected to follow before service can resume. I remember vividly, Olumide, we were on this table having this conversation when we heard that the Nigerian Railway Corporation is going to be opening the Warri-Itakpe rail corridor, that it has remained closed down for quite a specific period of time. I think from the month of August down to October, late October, we were told to be taken off, and this is early, just early November, and it has derailed. And I was wondering what was actually fixed before. Yes, I know it's of course, we cannot completely tell where the fault is going to come from, but it borders a lot. I'm beginning to picture, before the conversation, I was beginning to ask the question, that of Lagos, if we've heard anything about that of the derailment in Lagos, or we've heard anything about some of this incident that is peculiar, or is it peculiar to those part of town in the north or in the southern part of the country? Is it not the same contractor?
I don't want to place it on contractor, Because if you look at Lagos, the structure of Lagos, the rails are so, they are constructed, it runs along the metropolitan areas in Lagos. So it's easy, it's visible, people can actually see it. Unlike the Lagos to Ibadan that runs through forest, bushes, and all that, and gives room for vandalism.
Can tamper it.
Yes. Yeah. You know, so, but the main question now is, we were on this table when we were talking about solutions to the derailment of the Abuja, Kaduna this thing. And we talked about installing monitors, CCTVs, drones, and all that. And I think this, until you can't get a different approach if you keep doing the same thing. That's the truth about it. Until we take this thing seriously, that, okay, we want our rail systems to work. Rail systems have been working in Europe since 19 or something, I mean, and it's still working. But Nigeria here, we've tried and tried and tried. I mean, it's quite sad that we can't get this thing right, because it's simple. Track it. Put a tracking system to monitor the rail lines. Drones, fly drones. Probably you could do it in the morning or in the evening, twice a day or 3 times a day. Fly drones to monitor these things. Then also, we've also talked about sense of ownership. We cannot deny that fact, that until people see these rail lines still are rail, or any government infrastructure as our own. Some people actually might just say, it's federal government's thing, so what's my own business? But until we start to see it as our own, because whether we like it or not, there are people who perpetrate these acts. And until we start to say that, oh, this thing is our own, this infrastructure is our own, we need to report any suspicious movement, report any suspicious act that you see around the rail. People will now start to see it as, okay, this is our own thing. We can actually, build it. And because this is a business venture, this is supposed to provide freight, this is supposed to provide a whole lot of goods, transportation of a whole lot of goods, transportation of passengers. Rail train is actually one of the safest means of transportation. And it's supposed to actually ease traffic, because imagine if I don't have to, imagine if I'm working in Lagos, I live in maybe Ogun State or in Akure, and all I have to do is just take a 1 hour or 2 hour train from 6 a.m. and by 8 a.m. I'm in the office. And by 4 a.m. I close and back home.
Oh, they do that very well in Lagos. Even in Lagos, from Festac, the rain that runs from Festac Mile 2 down to Broad Street, Marina. And we've seen a lot of, including some of our staff, do use those services.
So until, and this also damages public's confidence, because whether we like it or not, until we start to take these things, you mentioned something that the coaches that were bought, were they gotten from a different place? Is it Lagos that is
contractors
getting, or something? Well, these governors are they are friends with Sanwo-Olu now. So, they can actually call someone that, Sanwo-Olu, where did you get those coaches? Please introduce us. Hook us up.
They could say that they could say these are federal government projects, and the government must have been responsible for procuring this, and probably from the same contractor, or from, if there were different sources. But I'm
why is it that Lagos is getting it right, but NRC is not getting it?
Okay, Lagos seems to be getting it right. Let me come to Toby. From a business perspective, every derailment reduces investor confidence in the logistic infrastructure, like you rightly said. It also increases cargo insurance and affect supply chain credibility. Now, the southern part of the country, the Warri-Itakpe rail corridor, was supposed to provide economic activity to ferry goods from that part to the northern part of the country as well. If we're experiencing this sort of bottleneck and derailment or deficiency, I'm beginning to wonder, to think of the economic value that is being eroded daily, and how this in itself is going to impact the economy of those zones.
Yeah, so I saw a very interesting post by someone online talking about how potholes affect the economy as little as a portal on the road. Yeah, because economy is it's a very fragile substance. Everything affects it. So when you have issues like your rails that are supposed to cargo goods timely to a particular destination, going or being derailed or being they have certain disturbances on the way, then you realize that there's more to what we need to do. Just like Olumide said. Now, this is supposed to bring in job creation. And if you travel abroad, you see. I mean, I have friends, or I had friends at the time when I was abroad. You see, should we call them maybe rail officers? They just patrol, around because. Again, very insightful statement. Ownership. Nigerians need to see ownership in this sense. When you start to see ownership in this sense, then you understand how it affects you personally. Why remove certain materials from this rail? Because at the end of the day, it affects you, affects your business, affects you, the common man going to buy what is being shipped from Lagos down to Edo State. Yeah. And I mean, if you don't, so there's some goods that are coming all the way from Lagos or from any part of the country to wherever you are. That are very timely. Maybe it could be medical equipment for certain surgeries. It could be materials for building. And once these things start to have effect on your time, because time is money, it starts to affect your time. The time starts to affect your the project frame of your business. Then it affects how much you generate over time in a month. And of course, it goes back to the government because if you don't generate enough money as a business person, then the government does not have enough to tax you on. You understand what I'm saying? So it ends up at a bigger picture as to why we need to take ownership. You take ownership of these things, then it flows. There's a peaceful flow in the economy to wherever you are. You start to see the positive insight of having this rail work or function properly. Okay. Once the trains start to go off the rail, and then they have to take hours, days to fix these things. There's a negative effect on the economy, one way or the other, because time is money.
Great. And I'm beginning to think about this, Olumide. Derailment. I think it has become one too many. One too many in the sense that it happened in Abuja, Kaduna. And now it's happening in just the recent one, Warri, Itakwe. So how can we get this right? I know the Nigerian Railway Corporation has not completely come out to say this was actually what's responsible for the derailment. Neither have they told us the casualty, if there was any. But the people are just looking forward to these conversations with the relevant authorities, and we want to earn your trust. We want to make sure that tomorrow you say it has been restored. We want to be very, very confident in resorting to taking that facility, to use the services of that facility. So what does it hold? How do we begin to hold them responsible? The way the Nigerian Railway Corporation or the contractor themselves that from whom we bought these facilities.
I think we need to start to take our maintenance quality control serious. Now, either you're going to, which will also create room for job creation, whether you have to hire engineers, technicians who would run some routine maintenance, or you partner, of course, with a rail maintenance firm, just like Tantinta Service, what they are doing right now. Partner with a rail maintenance firm that would oversee the maintenance, the security, the monitoring of these tracks, install things like sensors, AI-based rail monitoring systems, to monitor these things, run routine checkups.
These are quite capital-intensive projects.
Increase the budget.
Increase the budget would mean increasing the fare of the rail services themselves that
if you really want to
in itself is going to actually affect the economy. Okay. In the sense that...
Now, let's look at it another way.
No, I'm not saying we should not do that, but when that is done, when that is done, is it that we cry foul or we raise our voices that it's quite expensive, it is too expensive, what can they do about it? But we also know that this recurrent, disruption of economic activity affecting the facility themselves is going to require money to fix it.
We'd run routine checks on our bridges.
Yes.
From time to time, you hear the report that, we are doing some routine checks, we are fixing a part of the bridge. Why can't we also replicate that with the rail system? There's a budget for that. There has always been a budget for the bridges. Yes. We run it, I think, every 6 months or thereabout. So, of course, you build something, you are supposed to, every organization have maintenance culture. You must maintain, especially this equipment, you must maintain it. Because you have to tackle vandalism, you have to tackle poor quality materials. You have to tackle a whole lot of things. So maintenance has to be included. You have to either hire a firm or I was even going into insurance of cargoes, yes. But that would also mean capital. So now imagine I'm sending goods from probably Kaduna to Lagos or somewhere. I might basically want to insure, I might basically not want to insure it because I believe, train is supposed to be the safest. I mean, what could happen? But it happened, and I did not insure it. That's a loss on my own part. Yeah. Do you think I would want to patronize the train system again?
Just a bit on what Olumide just said. It's very important, and we need to start focusing on insurance in Nigeria as a country. We need to start going deep into it. You go to the working countries now, or European countries. You don't take any transportation system without the option of an insurance there. You could call it, should I say, what's the word when you're trying to stay off trouble? It's off my head. Yeah, just an insurance in there. And then you have different options depending on the quality of insurance you're going to get from different. It also gives room for private sectors to come in and get involved in this system, because at the end of the day, maintenance is cheap or cheaper than destruction. Because once these things are destroyed, you spend more money because you have to start all over again. But with maintenance, time to time, you just check: are you putting in oil? Are you changing a particular ring? All these things, they are cheaper compared to when they are being vandalized, like Olumide said. And you put in manpower in the sense, now, we're talking about drones and all of that. These are high-techs. I don't want to give room to excuse or pamper the government. Let's go all out. You said so. You talked about people may not be able to what's the word?
It's going to increase the cost of doing business for the
at some point.
Remember when Nigerians start crying out, do I need to pay 5,000 naira or do I need to pay 20,000 naira from? I'm just giving an example. I'm not saying that that's actually what the Nigerian Railway Corporation would charge. From Warri, if you are going to Port Harcourt, or from Warri, you are going to some estate in the southeastern part of the country that might equally link from the southeastern part of the country to the northern part of the country and all of that. If we start looking at the cost, it's going to affect these cargoes. It's also going to affect the insurance that we are talking about. And if it affects the cargoes, it also increase the cost of doing business. But you are talking about value, yes?
Yes, value. Value is very important. There's no part of the country where you go, or the world you go to, that you see when people spend money. When I spend my money, I want to get the value for money spent. You understand? One of the problems we're having right now, one of the issues why we shout is because the little we are giving or the little we are paying. I don't want to even say little. The what we are paying, we're not seeing value for it. Mm-hmm. So if I'm getting my goods all the way from Lagos to Ebonyi or to Jos, I want to be rest assured that my goods are going to get there in one piece, and there won't be any issues with regards to bandits, criminals just stopping the rail or just going to steal my stuff, because I've put it in the right hands of insurance or the rail company. So let's stop using this. We won't be able to pay it. We'll pay the money, but give us value.
Okay. And we're still going towards bullet train. So how can we if we cannot maintain this, how do we expect to maintain running a bullet train, which will be powered by electricity?
Okay. I want to think that whilst you are looking at me asking that question, indirectly you are referring to.
Of course.
But I'm beginning to see the Ministry of Transportation has a whole lot of work to do. And the Ministry of Transportation, in extension, the Minister of Transportation has played a very, very critical role, because it serves, it's the nexus, the connecting point where all the economic zone, the economic activities taking place in the southern part of the country, the economic activities taking place in the northern part of the country, where they all meet. And if we do not have an efficient and effective transportation system by rail, by road, by air to move around in this specific case by rail, to move around for the purpose of quick delivery of industrial goods, some of which Toby has referenced, to move industrial goods or to move equipment that is required for factories over there in the north to use for the purpose of production, most especially if they are being shipped into the country to Lagos, or probably it is being shipped into the country to the Niger Delta in Rivers State or in Bayelsa State or in Delta State, so that they can, offload these goods, take them straight to the rail facility and upload them. And in no time, they're in the northern part of the country, they're in the southeastern part of the country, and we start having industrialization and the boom of it going to every nook and cranny of Nigeria. But without the effective functioning of this facility, it's going to draw us back. Yes. And we don't want to experience that if we are to, meet the $1 trillion economy. As for me, I think we're already doing a $1 trillion economy. I think Mr. President should be telling us about $2 trillion economy.
Baby
because
steps. Baby steps.
Baby steps notwithstanding, I think we're already doing more than $1 trillion economy. Now, it's not that the administration is not, that it needs to do more for us to attain that. And in that aspect, or in that regards, rather, we're going to break shortly. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is suit business landscape.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Dr. Zach A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of a nation's economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligation to its citizens. In our pursuit of a brighter fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. Zaka Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is suit business landscape.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the program. Now we move on to our second story, and it's about banking in Nigeria. Guess what? 7 leading banks in Nigeria collectively remitted 674.68 billion naira in taxes to the government during the first half of 2025, marking a 14.69% increase from 588.25 billion naira recorded in the same period in 2024. The figure reflects stronger earnings and adherence to regulatory levies across the sector. The Punch newspaper analyzed the financial statement of EcoBank, Guarantee Trust Holding Company, Access Holdings, Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, First Holdco, and Wema Bank, noting that tax contributions varied depending on profitability and specific regulatory requirements for each institution. The upward movement highlights the banking sector's role in supporting government revenue and fiscal operations. According to Investopedia, a tax expense represents a liability owed to federal, state, or local government within a given period, typically over the course of a year. The data underscores the sector's continued contribution to national development and the importance of efficient tax compliance in sustaining public service. Thank you very much for that. Now, while we were on the break, I was talking to my colleagues here that if this is what the banking sector, you know, we're just 7 banks, and I know we have more than 7 banks in Nigeria, if they have been able to do
1 trillion.
Yes, but just half of the year they've been able to do
600 and something.
600 billion. 600 billion. That means 7 banks alone, the remittances that the government can be getting from 7 banks alone for 1 year could be more than 1 trillion naira.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes.
So let's assume we have all the banks doing that. Then we could be having almost we could be having almost 1.5 trillion. And if that alone is coming from the bank, are we doing good? Or does it look like we have expanded the tax base? Your perspective, Olumide?
Well, it shows it's a sign of financial system stability. It shows that there's improved bank profitability. If just 7 banks can do this, imagine if we broaden the tax, and imagine when the new tax law comes in next year, imagine what Nigeria will be raking in. But the bigger question, which every citizen has always asked, is what is my tax doing? What am I benefiting from this tax that I'm paying?
You mean individually, not institutional-wise, just the way we look at it?
Tax is supposed to help government, generate revenue, to provide infrastructure, provide social amenities, to do a whole lot that will benefit the economy, thereby benefiting everybody, investors, citizens, reach the nooks and crannies of the society. That's what tax is supposed to do. But yes, we might not be seeing the immediate effect, but we are seeing something. I mean, one of the best things I like about the new tax is the one that has to do with the payee, whereby if you're earning less than $1 million, you get some break. Okay. And for those who are, making less than 50 million, you get something. So it's a government's own way of giving back. That okay, we know that things are hard. We know that the economy is not doing well. We are trying to make the economy better, but in as much as we're trying to make the economy better, hey, let's give you something. So it's actually good, but the only thing I'm saying is, in as much as these banks are doing where they're paying tax, where are they getting it from? Is it from charges? From regular bank customers?
Okay. I want us to handle that case,
yes.
Separately from, first of all, the profitability that they are talking about, that is being reported at the moment. It's a conversation we're going to entertain. But more than 600 billion. Some will attribute it to that, okay, the government's new tax policy of 2025 tax reform is the one that is responsible for this change, because previously last year we were looking at 588 billion, and now we are looking at more than 600 billion naira in taxes. They can say it is the government enacting sweeping tax reform in 2025 to modernize the tax system and enhance revenue. Others can say it's increased tax rates. Where do you...
Well, the one thing I'm going to say is this is from the policy angle. You can see discipline. I think if we focus on how disciplined the financial sector has shown us with regards to what tax is looking like this year, this can serve as a benchmark for other industries, especially focusing on oil and gas, digital market, and of course power. I mean, this helps with the leakages that we talked about earlier today. So if we can focus on the structure that was put in place for getting this huge amount of increase, then of course, as long as it's not malicious, because it's one thing to just get these numbers. How is it affecting the common man as well? Just like Olumide said, how is it affecting us? Because now, the banks are getting the credit for this, but away from that, let's just focus on the discipline that has been achieved, and we can use that as a benchmark for other industries. Once everybody's checked, everyone gets in line with how to go about the taxes, when to pay certain taxes, and what taxes are aligned or assigned to you as an individual, a company, then I guess we move forward from where we are. Because earlier Olumide mentioned something. He didn't mention it, but he had to talk around the VAT and all of that. But
yes,
I think for me it's more about the discipline. This shows discipline in the tax policy system.
Okay, so two industries, the telecom industry and the banking industry, they are known for there are many allegations leveled against them. Your drop calls, you're buying data, you're not getting value for your money, the charges that does not really reflect the value, and the same thing goes for the banks. And the banks are busy, declaring profits, and they are paying, after paying this amount of money as taxes, they are still busy declaring profits. And remember vividly last week where the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Nigerian Communications Commission said they are going to take it up with the way telecom agencies, are indirectly fleecing Nigerians, and they are not getting value for their money.
Yes.
And I think the same thing also some time ago, the central bank equally called out the banks of some of these charges that is being meted out to Nigerians, and also giving a specific time, either 48 hours or 28 hours, for them to refund back some monies that some bank customers transferred from their account but did not get to the destination account, and all of that. And now we are seeing this tax coming. So sometimes the banks are even asked questions themselves. Is it that this tax, where are you,
generating it,
the profit, paying the tax and all of that, like you were saying before I cut short?
Yes, it's a good tax reform, but higher tax burdens, could pressure banks to adjust service charge or cut cost.
Easily transferred.
Like for instance, there's a bank I'm using, and I got a text message that was being deducted for an ATM that I was not using anymore. ATM card maintenance. I'm not using.
That you're not using anymore.
The account is dormant, actually. It's basically dormant, and you're deducting me for an ATM. And I was dumbfounded, like, what is really going on? So these are some of these, hidden charges that they deduct from customers. So yes, they are declaring profit. Yes, they are smashing their tax, whatever, and all that. But where is it coming from? That's one of the things. So in as much as we want to increase tax, we want to generate more, ultimately it somehow finds its way back to the ordinary citizen. They are the ones, that bear the brunt of all this. So in as much as, yes, they're doing good, if more banks, it's a good pedestal for other banks, other institutions, or other sectors to follow that. Look, hey, and it's something that the FIRS can say, okay, look, the banks, this is what they are doing. Telecoms, what are you doing? All sector, any other sector, what are you doing? Look at what, it's a good way to go, but also let's try as much as to make sure that we are not burdening the common man, because like I always say, Nigerians just feel we're just paying tax and we're not really enjoying, but we're actually enjoying some things. It's just that I think it's a lack of exposure, lack of certain things. There are certain amenities that you enjoy in a state, but it's because it's not well publicized. It's not, people are not orientated about it. We don't really get information. Like in Lagos State, for instance, there are certain benefits you get from primary healthcare centers as a result of what you are paying for. But how many people have access to these informations? Those are some of the ways. I mean, recently we had even the tax collectors come into our organization to educate us about the benefits of the tax we're paying. I mean, because I remember someone asked the question that we're paying tax. What are we getting? And the guy was like, if you go to a primary health center, this and what you get. These are some of the benefits you get.
Okay, so I was just looking at a message I got yesterday from one of my banks and telling me, okay, you're being charged this amount for federal government electronic transfer. Yeah. Oh, yes, it's 15 naira. It's even good. They charged me more than that. And I looked at that, I'm like, okay. And there was one I got, I can't remember the name vividly. I was charged about 300 naira for that. And I know...
I think the highest is SMS charges.
SMS charges.
It's SMS charge?
Yes.
Okay. So sometimes there was a specific bank I was using earlier, and I stopped using the account. They kept deducting money from the account until the account became minus. Now I am owing the bank.
Yes.
But you know what? Like you said, I wasn't using the account again. It's not that it was just there. I've not used it for 2-3 months. And they kept charging me. I don't know what the charges were. And these are issues that we must begin to look at. And I'm glad that the CBN and the NCC talked about coming into vet the system, and it's a very, very important thing. So we can put some of this records straight and move on. Now, let's move on to our next story. It's about property market, and there's an audit that reveals that 59,000 duplicate property listings in Nigeria, real estate market. So let's begin. This is the story. A recent audit conducted by Addis has revealed major data integrity issues in Nigeria's real estate sector, uncovering 59,000 duplicate property listings out of over 100,000 reviewed. The findings highlight widespread duplication practices that distort market information and affect transparency. According to the report, nearly 60% of the listings analyzed were duplicates. The auditor applied a duplicate detection model focusing on image similarity and metadata alignment to ensure objectivity and reproducibility. Addis noted that many of the duplicates arose from real estate agents reposting the same property multiple times, either across different platforms or repeatedly on the same platform to maintain visibility. The findings underscore the urgent need for stricter data governance, improved property listing standards, and technological solutions to prevent duplication. Real estate stakeholders, including property platforms, agents, and regulators, are encouraged to adopt measures that improve accuracy, promote transparency, and enhance trust in Nigeria's growing property market. The real estate industry in Nigeria is huge. In fact, if you look at the market, there are even some of them doing excellently well. So they are making references to agents and the multiple, the duplicate repostings and postings, and how can we regulate all this? I know we've had a conversation about this before, but how can we coordinate this and prevent it happening?
Well, one of the major issues we face in the real estate ecosystem is weak regulation. And weak regulation also embodies enforcement. The last time we spoke about this, I was talking about how Lagos State is always, how Lagos State goes ahead of other states trying to work fervently on their regulatory bodies, enforcement bodies, and their laws. So with the question you just asked, that's a government question because, because even after this, a bill has been passed with regards to the commission rates, agents, how much they get, the percentage, no more than 5%. But now that's a paperwork. Enforcement is the most important thing, and going digital is also very important. Now with these duplications, you would go on a listing website, and you can go through 20, 30, 40, 50 listings of property, and then you realize that they are all gone, but they are still there. What this does is, of course, it starts to confuse investors. It confuses even the common man that wants to, rent or buy, because what you're simply saying is there are properties in the ecosystem, but they are available, but they're not. And the actual properties that are actually available, vacant. I saw a girl on Twitter made a tweet saying she was pleading to the general public and said, she works on the island, and if you have a free property that you don't use, your family don't use, please let me know. I will maintain it properly for you because, of course, the traffic and all of that. So the properties that are actually vacant are not on the listings, and the ones on the listings are all gone. So, of course, we were dealing with data. You are dealing with data available to you. Now, the properties that are available to the people are not even in the structure for data review. So there's a need for a stronger regulation that looks into our digital system. It's not just to post up these listings. It's not just to you see a listing from A, B, and C Sons Limited, and you see that same listing with FGM Sons Limited, and they'll tell you this property has gone. This one, just because of how the agency system works, I tell you this property is available. You tell this person property is available. There are about 10, 20 agents on a property. Now the 20th agent does not have an idea that the property has gone. But he has his own platform where he puts his property on. So this creates confusion for actual investors that are coming in. I mean, you can just look at this. So the way forward is to harmonize and have stronger, regulatory bodies that check this things time to time. Don't just, when the age of AI tech, so I can just meet up my friend and tell him, oh, I'm into real estate. Let's just create our website. And they'll create a website and just start putting in listings. Now, who is regulating that particular website, that real estate website? Nobody. Just because I have access to the tools, I just create my own website and then just start posting listings. And these listings, so we have people that come online, they see this particular listing, they take it from your own website to their website. They have no idea that this property has gone.
It's gone.
So it's just about weak regulation, regulatory agencies or bodies, and this has to be worked on. So it comes from the government.
But okay, Olumide, how do you think this affects the real estate market and including investor sentiment and those who are looking? Because it could also serve as a way of scamming those who are coming to lease those properties.
Yes, it creates market distortion and, of course, erosion of trust, because people begin to lose trust in the real estate system itself, because if it's listed in A, B, and C, and just like you rightly said, it has happened so many times. I mean, I've gone for house inspection whereby they will tell you this house is available, and you say, okay, I'm interested in it. And as you are living there, you will hear that the house has been taken. How? Because the house has already been taken. But that agent that brought you there has no idea. He just, I mean, they have a platform, like a WhatsApp group, whereby they send some of these things to. That, okay, this place is available for rent or for lease and all that. So they take this thing, they copy it, post it on their own platform. For instance, I'm an agent, you're an agent, I see something on your own platform, I take it from your platform, I post it on my platform. I do not bother to ask you, Priye, this property, is it still available? My client calls me, I'm interested in this property. I said, okay, let's go. Priye, I'm bringing someone to your listing. Probably at that time, you might say, oh, it's not available
anymore.
So now, imagine me going back to my client to tell my client that, oh, this thing is not available. He loses trust.
Maybe some agents will not even go and carry out that information. They'll feel like, well, nevertheless, let me just take in there to the property, because there is a certain amount you are going to pay for inspection.
Exactly, and at the end of the day, there's a bigger problem to this. Agent A gets the property from the landlord, and that's why Lagos State is trying to have the agents all registered. Because now Agent A takes the property from the landlord, and the property is going for about 5 million annually, and the commission on it, of course, 5%. Then you tell the next person, the agent, Agent B, because probably Agent B has a wider scope of clientele. Then he has his own 5% as well. And then before you realize, there are about 5 agents on this property, and then you go ahead to get the property from the 5th agent, who now comes to you telling you that the agent and commission is 20%. Because, of course, he has to remit to the first agent, the second agent also, because you get what I'm saying? And then there are high chances that agent A, or let's say, there are high chances that, the 20% he only remits about 5% to the actual agent. Or if there's a system, then he remits 5% to the next person ahead, 5% to the next person ahead, and then, of course, the agent A. So these are the issues. When you have registered agents, let's just keep it at, okay, I have this agent on this property, and that's it. If you don't have enough clientele, build it. Don't source it out. Because when we continue to outsource properties to different agents, that's where we have issues of what the percentage actually comes up to.
And it increases
the rent.
So, Olumide, in cases, yes.
I think until we start to penalize agents, they will not desist from it.
Of course they will.
We need to start to penalize
the enforcement is the issue.
Registration. We spoke about registration. So if we begin to look at the possibility of bringing up systems where all agents are now registered, to the extent that then, let's say, the government would be able to control or regulate properties and the way they are leased, irrespective of the class. What obtains in Gerrard or in Liverpool? There's a street here on the island.
Gerrard Street.
Yes, in Koi, and what is obtainable somewhere in K2, or what is obtainable somewhere in Sulere, and they all have they have a platform. So if it's registered, all the listing of properties that is under that agent will be listed by the state regulatory body. So if agent B comes to register and list the same property, then the government will be able to identify similar properties and ask for the primary agent under whose auspices you have that property registered. Then they can now remove it from, duplicated platform or duplicated agents platform.
And I think it's another way of solving this issue of omonile.
But don't you think that's equally the reason why the agent does not want to subject themselves to registration?
There's so much money in irregularity, and it goes back. Everyone needs to get in line. I mean, as a landlord, and that's why when you build your house, you need to register this property for certain reasons. And then if you have an agent that is already registered, you put them in as the registered agents for this property. Now that's data. Because we're working now, the data we got for this, these duplications was gotten from somewhere. Data available to of course, the researcher. But if we don't do this, then we don't know. We give power to unregistered agents. Because there's so many houses, you go to Shomolu, Unikpan, and the rest. There's so many houses there that, even the government have no idea that they're building in there. Developers are just doing their thing and all of that. And agents, of course, right there, they're just making their money. 15,000, 10,000, they don't even mind taking you to the property that they never told you about. Once you pay, they just want, 10,000 from 5 people in a day, that's 50,000 naira. In a month, you know how much that is. So they don't really care about the property they're taking you to, whether it's fit or not. They don't care if the property is available or not. They just want that 10,000, 50,000 of inspection fee. And then, of course, if you manage and you're lucky, I had someone on Twitter yesterday that said he paid 10,000 and he took a picture of, I think, about 9 p.m. or 11 p.m. and said, this agent must find him a house today. Because once he rolls over to the next day, he has to pay another agent's fee.
He has to pay
another agent's fee. Yes. So, this data is very important, and we need to key into it. Everyone needs to key into it. So you're building your house. I think one of the best ways to go about it is if you have someone, maybe your younger brother as an agent, that registered, put them in as registered agents for that property. Now, any other person going about trying to show off that property, wherever there's a call, there has to be a landlord that will pick up the call and say, I want to give you my property. You're not a registered agent, so I can't deal with you.
But, okay, there are reasons, because I'm thinking at financial reasons that could accrue to the government and which will actually dissuade the agents from making their properties available. Because, the government has been mooting the idea that, look, you're not going to take more than 1 year rent from negotiations.
6 months to...
At least 6 months, or we'll get to a specific time where people who live in Lagos will start paying monthly rent. Then whoever wants to pay for 1 year or 6 months at a time will just be a personal agreement between you and probably the landlord and the agent. That also means that when you're registered, it gives the government the ability to know the specific properties and to regulate them very well, to the extent that if you flout laws, you will be penalized. And if you do not retrace your steps, those buildings might be sealed by the government. So don't you think they are trying to avoid all these things? Because if they subject themselves to these rules, it doesn't look like they are going to lose. And probably even if they subject themselves, they are going to register with a specific amount of money. Which will, which on the part of the agent will be like, oh, this is actually a good excuse for me to actually increase the agent fee, the house inspection fee, the agent and agreement fee, and all other fees that comes with it.
I think that's one of the reasons why the government is stepping in to regularize and to remove a whole lot of things. Because if you look at it, why should I have to pay 20% for a house? Because if you look at some of the houses people are renting, you find out that what you will pay, the total of what you will pay might even exceed the rent itself. And you're wondering, because even the landlord wants to take 2 years or 3 years from you. The agent would also take 20 to 30% from you. And there's a whole lot of agreement, lawyer, this, that. You want to take a house, you are paying for form, and you will still pay for agreement. Shouldn't that be all emerged in one? You are buying a form. And you will be buying form from each agent.
For different houses.
Usually, now, this is where the government is coming in. So now, if an agent is registered, once you buy a form from that agent, that is all. That's how it's supposed to be. Not that you keep buying from each agent. Inspection is also there. Every day that you go for inspection, I've quarreled with so many agents on this inspection fee. Then I realized that what they normally do is, once they collect that money from you, they know they don't have the house you want. They will take you to ridiculous places. Uncompleted places, just to get that money from you. Yeah. And they will promise you that, don't worry, I know what you like, come tomorrow.
You will pay another inspection fee the next day.
You pay another inspection fee. So that's why I always tell people, if you are looking for a house, give yourself a space of 3 to 6 months.
Yeah. Is that not too much? But so we are supposed to have laws in every state where we know that either what are these people called who are responsible for building? Property developers, and even individuals who want to build properties are supposed to build to specification.
Yes.
And this is the route through which the government can actually check if they are building according to specification, because sometimes you're already done erecting your building, then the local government come, or the town planning agency comes and look at the building, and they put a very red X mark on it, and they're telling you, take it down, or they just put an X mark on it, and that dissuades people who want to come and lease your property, or people who want to come and live in those properties too. They are afraid because they know they can pay money today, and in 2 months' time, the government can tell you, no, everybody out, we're taking it down.
So this is where, when we talk about the federal government, state governments, local governments, you would definitely not build your house in an unknown place. There's a community. Now, so this is where, of course, the government needs to, harmonize the communication they have with these communities, give them some level of ownership with regards to building. Now, there's something they do when you're going to maybe a new site to build. You pay some certain levy to the community for maybe pouring of sand on the road and all of that. That's a system that works in its own way. Yeah. So before anybody builds, right, there's a bench, or there's a checkmate, or should I say, there's a check and balances from the government to the community, the people in charge of that community, as to certain documents that are required before you start to build. Okay, now you want to build. This is what I want to build. Then the government checks.
I want to build 2-3-story building.
And then, because a lot of times people think there's a belief that the government is so far away from the people. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, but we see the community leaders as the closest to us. Yeah. So why don't you use the community leaders as a tool to check what people are building, to check if there is people actually renting these things? So for me, it's still trying to fill that gap up. And filling that gap up means harmonizing the community and giving them a sense of belonging, a sense of ownership, not just leaving them and then you only come to them when it's time for elections or whatever. Give them responsibilities. You're coming into, let's say, Akirolu local government or community to build a property. You've bought your land, you're okay, they've given you the property. Then there's a community leader or community CDA or whatever you got to go to give them the plan of what you want to build, purpose of building. That way, that's data collected. Now, there's someone from the, should I say, the state government that comes there, assigned to that CDA or whatever they call it, CDA or whatever they call it, and they get that data every month. I believe in system. These are the loopholes that once we start filling it, there's a free flow of information going from smallest community down to the government.
Okay, so now, our time is almost up. However, before we leave this conversation, can we talk about those properties that we have across either Lagos or Nigeria that are not even listed, but nobody's inhabiting these properties?
It's a whole lot in Abuja and some parts in Lagos.
A whole lot in Abuja and some parts of Lagos. In fact, if you take a very good look at Lagos, the Lagos Island, you will be amazed at the kind of properties and how our money is just, and sometimes you ask the question.
Some of them, if not all, and it's time to be corrected,
they are owned by influential people.
Influential people, diasporans.
Diasporans, but that it's not a reason why it should be vacant.
Well,
again, you go
for years.
again.
It's an investment also.
You've been
If you look at
vacant for
it.
2-3 months. It's been vacant for years.
Again, I think it goes back to what I mentioned as to purpose of building. You understand? If I build a property for my family, and we don't live in Nigeria, this is where strict regulations need to come in, because Lagos, for example, is a busy state. This is not some remote environment. It's a busy state, so it means that we need more housing for people. So if you have a property that is just there 3, 7, 10 years vacant, then the government should look into it.
We shouldn't wait for that long. We should wait 6 months. It's not inhabited. 8 months. It's not 8 months. It's not inhabited. Do you consider the danger that it poses to society? There are some buildings that are 10-story buildings. There are some buildings that are 7 stories, 6 stories, 5-story buildings. There are no offices there. Nobody lives there, and you're wondering. And this is under a local government. It's under either a CDA. It is under a constituency. And why would a building not be occupied for 6, 7 months, or 8 months, 10 months, 1 year?
There are different reasons why people build, like he said. Some people build for family. Some people build that, okay, when I retire, this is where I'm going to live.
And you left it unoccupied.
Some people even build in some remote areas and go live in the city.
Yeah.
Okay, can we have a case where the government can make a law if at least 10 months, 1 year, if you build a property and it is not being inhabited for this, the government is going to use it on your behalf. Whenever you are ready, we can give it back to you. Maybe we should start considering.
So when you say habitation, or it could be just.
There are lots of civil servants who do not have houses. The government have a housing plan, and it's insufficient. It's not enough.
So the pressure should actually not be on the people, because the private. That's what we call it private. As a private individual, I can decide to build my property and leave it and just have 2-3 persons in there just taking care of the property, but my family don't live in there. Or like Olumide said, I could build in the east or in the north and be in Lagos here working hard, and then when it's time I want to go settle back at home. So that kind of property now, you don't expect me.
But the government is not saddled with the responsibility of maintaining order and security and safety of people in the society.
As long
where you should not allow unscrupulous elements to hibernate in those properties.
As long as the property is safe, it's not abandoned. Because when you say property abandoned, if I have security men in there, I have workers or staff that are in there, it's not abandoned. Because one way or the other, I'm actually housing them as well too. So you would focus more on the word abandoned. If this property is abandoned, not occupied, constituting a nuisance, maybe in nature-wise, or with regards to harboring criminals and the rest. Because if you go to some parts of Lagos, of course you see uncompleted buildings, probably maybe it's still in court for court reasons and all of that. That are actually housing, criminals, housing the homeless people. So it has to be a round table to be looked into, because as a private person, I can actually build my property and decide not to stay there and travel for like 2-3 years. Yeah. But I know I have somewhere I'm coming back to. You understand what I'm saying? So the responsibility is not focused on the private sector. It's focused on the government to look inward and provide more housing system or more environments, for investors to provide these properties with a proper
real estate now is another safe way of investing. So it's more or less like long term. Buy a property, I leave it there to appreciate for like 10 years.
I am so concerned. But investment, if it does not bring the returns for 10 months and it's not inhabited, okay.
All right, so now in your own suggestion, some people sublet, they do sublet.
Yes, yeah.
Whereby you own a property, I give some agent to sublet it for months, weeks.
The Airbnb system as well too.
Do you understand?
Yes.
So that's also welcome.
Okay. If you're not going to be around
for
2 years, for a year, then rent it out for that period of time. Now, and let whoever is leasing it know that, look, hey, this property is only going to be available to you for just 18 months or for just 17, 15 months.
Now, because of certain tenant wahala, let me put it that way.
Oh, it's under agreement. You sign it.
Yeah, I'm going somewhere. Some landlords prefer short let, whereby you're just going to stay for a very short period
time,
of
6
time.
months, 2 months,
you're not
1
staying
day,
for a year.
1 week.
After a year, you will tell me,
you have nowhere to go to.
Kosovo, and it becomes a court case that extends for years just to evict you out of my house. So if I can sublet for just a week, 2 weeks for travelers, for people who are just coming in for short stay, it's safer for me. I know that in a matter of weeks, you are out of my house, another person comes.
And that's really happening in Lagos now. I mean, Lagos, using Lagos as an example, a lot of people are short-letting their properties now. Airbnb system is really, I mean, 30 December is here, next month. Most people that have their properties here in Lagos are now looking for property managers to put these properties on listings for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, for the month of December, where people can come in and, so there's availability of property for the short period of time. But in the long run, like Olumide said, why put up my private property on a listing for years when I know how, we've not dealt with certain, there's a paper we've not dealt with, so I'd rather have my property well taken care of by someone and know that whenever I want to come, I don't have to call you and say, oh, because I mean, you're saying life happens. Like, I could be away for 3 years with the projection of staying away for 10 years. But 4 years, I decided to come back to Nigeria. What happens if I've given out my property for 2 years or 3 years or a year?
We're not done with this.
Let's also face it. The people who have these houses locked under key don't really need money for rent.
Yeah.
That's just the truth.
Okay, I just hope we're not leaving this conversation entirely because I don't completely agree with Toby and Olumide. But you know what? This is where we need to draw the curtain on the program. It's been a wonderful conversation with the two gentlemen on this table. Many thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souk News TV. I am Oyinpriye Krumale. Yes, to Toby.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm John Olon Toby, and we'll see you next time.
Okay, and Olumide.
It's been a pleasure staying with us on Souk Business Landscape. I'll see you soon tomorrow.
Bye for now.
Think like that because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is Souk Business Landscape.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from Rivers State, from Opobo in Rivers State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university. And we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but we kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pic, and they were like, whoa, the Ababa Bini won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all. I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they taught them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them, for us. Absolutely, upbringing, my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Just get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. JD7 is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors. But when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. My parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, all the Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children you will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy, whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family. And I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was enough encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like Ashok and Addis. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities. So that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah. This is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching will do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked at me and like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her. And I modeled the clothes, actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week. You know, I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will buy me the top fashion designers that would, when the Alfadi does this, they want every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years, I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that long. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that is spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, you know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world, you understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well, they love you, they want to take care of you, but nature calls, they part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I would advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can, financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy, it makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving, you have to be forgiving, you understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious, when you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth no matter whose axe is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house, so maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of, I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. They understand. I try to pay school fees, help people. I believe in education and that. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them, I train from a distance, and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, and out of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity. where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, Souk Enlightenment. The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodun Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, Souk Enlightenment.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, Souk News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to Souk News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At Souk News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. Souk News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasu.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News. We are reaching you live from our studios at Souk News TV. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Let's begin For the news, as global oil prices fall to about $64 per barrel below Nigeria's $75 budget benchmark, the Central Bank of Nigeria's reform policies are helping stabilize foreign exchange inflows. The measures focused on non-oil in prices, exports in diaspora remittances, and import reduction, having strengthened the naira and positioned the economy for recovery despite weaker oil revenue. Under Governor Olayemi Cardoso, the Apex Bank has rebuilt reserves from $38 billion in April to over $43 billion in the month of October, proving about 11 months of imports. The average monthly turnover in the foreign exchange market also rose to $8 billion this year from $5 billion the previous year, reflecting renewed investor confidence and improved liquidity. The central bank has urged manufacturers to expand local production and exports, supporting diversification from crude dependence. Now, economists said that maintaining fiscal discipline and expanding the non-oil base will be critical to sustaining the recent gains. Nigeria's economy is projected to grow by around 4% in 2025, with inflation moderating below 18% as reforms continue to reshape the financial landscape. Now, the Kano State Executive Council has approved more than 8.2 billion naira for key projects in education, water supply, and energy across the state. The announcement was made through the governor's spokesperson, Sanusi Bature, after the council's 33rd meeting presided over by Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf. According to the statement, over 4,900 million naira will fund education sector initiatives, including the renovation of government technical colleges, Unongo, settlement of debts owed to school feeding suppliers, and the completion of an e-library at the Kano State College of Education and Preliminary Studies. Funds were also approved for furniture at the Northwest University and accreditation support for Kano State Polytechnic. Additionally, 3.3 billion naira was approved for water and energy projects. These include a new water treatment plant in Rano local government area, payment of electricity bills and fuel supply for the State Water Board. The government stated these interventions aim to ensure steady water supply, enhance energy efficiency, and improve citizens' welfare statewide. Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC has announced a revenue of 620 billion naira for the first 9 months of 2025, representing a 29% increase from 484 billion recorded during the same period last year. Despite this growth, the company reported a loss after tax of 10 billion naira, a significant improvement from the 184 billion naira loss posted in 2024. The company attributed the reduced losses to improved operational efficiency, better cost management, and recovery from previous asset valuation losses. Gross profit rose sharply to 90 billion naira from 19 billion naira prior the year, while operating profit stood at 81 billion naira compared to 80 billion naira last year, 2024, showing a major turnaround in business performance. Finance costs dropped to 95 billion naira from 300 billion naira, contributing to a stronger balance sheet. Total assets were equally valued at slightly above 1 trillion naira as of September 2025, reflecting the company's resilience amid rising production costs and market competition. Now, the United Arab Emirates has dismissed fears of a potential oil glut, insisting that global demand remains strong even after OPEC Plus announced a halt to production increases for the first quarter of next year, 2026. Energy Minister Suhail Al-Mazroui made the remarks at the Addis conference in Abu Dhabi, stressing that market conditions remain stable Al-Mazri also said that he does not foresee an oversupply scenario, emphasizing that consumption continues to rise across key regions, supported by industrial activity and transport demand. His comments came a day after OPEC Plus confirmed its decision to maintain current production levels to ensure price stability amid fluctuating global economic conditions. According to analysts, they note that the move signals a cautious approach by oil alliance, balancing between supporting prices and preventing inflationary pressures. The UAE's confidence reflects optimism within OPEC Plus that oil markets will remain resilient through early 2026. Now, the United States will suspend port fees on China-linked vessels for 1 year, beginning November 10th, marking a major step toward easing maritime tension between the two economic powers. The White House confirmed the pause in measures originally introduced to counter China's growing dominance in global shipping. In a coordinated move, Beijing announced it would also suspend its retaliatory countermeasures, signaling renewed efforts to de-escalate a prolonged trade dispute that has disrupted global supply chains since 2018. The truce comes amid a broader push by both sides to rebuild trade confidence following years of tariffs, sanctions, and export restrictions. The agreement is also expected to ease shipping costs and stabilize trade flows between the world's two largest economies. Analysts said that the temporary pause could pave the way for fresh negotiations on broader trade terms, including rare earth exports and semiconductor cooperation. However, experts warn that underlying geopolitical rivalries remain unresolved despite the short-term reprieve. Many thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souk News TV. Oyinpriye Krumale. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Do stay with us.
So much. I think the bill is a good one for Nigeria. And I think that the bill will be a catalyst for business to thrive in Nigeria. So my position and my perspective to the bill would be that it will be a very positive one for Nigeria going forward. If eventually the bill scale through the legislative processes and it have actually eventually become a law. So that would be my position. Thank you. Yeah, the bill will help business in different areas. Let me mention, for instance, the payee is part of cost for a business. It's part of staff cost. And for especially small businesses, which are the major backbone of the economy, the bill is proposing a reduction, that is proposing tax exemption for some category of lower staff cadre, which in essence is a cost reduction for businesses. So by that, it will help the business to thrive. Also, many people will come, by virtue of that, employ more people, which will bring a robust activity for the economy. And at the same time, there's some category of people that their tax will also be reduced compared to what is currently in operation. So it is a positive atmosphere for business. And when you look at it from the perspective of VAT too, you also see that there's going to be zero tax on some product. There's also going to be a tax exempt on some products, especially for
masses, people, low-income earner. So some certain product they're going to be exemption. There's some certain product that's going to be zero tax related. So by that, it will bring a more robust business activity. So by it, and then it will have positive effect on business and economy in general. Yeah, the argument is important. It's very, very important. But when you look at it, fix the small business, it will encourage more small business. And also, even the 50 million turnover is not a small thing for business, though it is still small relatively to the economic activity. But it is a plus, right? And again, for business that their activity are more than 50 million, then it's good that they should pay tax and contribute little as company income tax to back to the economy. Now, if their taxes are used judiciously, then it will bring more infrastructure to the economy. Then there will be development in the country. Then we'll also be able to look at the advanced country. We envy them, we look at them that there are infrastructures in places, then these things are not cheap. They are not cheap. So, but the main focus for now is that is in a positive trend. It's a positive trend. I encourage that the bill should be passed and the implementation then should be followed up so that it will bring a positive effect to the economic generally and the business will thrive going forward. Well, I don't see disadvantage, but I see challenge. Okay. Yeah, one of the things is that naturally, human beings were adverse to change. So if something is bringing a change, especially when you want to take us out of a comfort zone, we may not want to willingly agree with it. But for me, I think the positive and the benefits outweigh whatever probably challenge or the disadvantage we may envisage. So I still strongly believe that the bill is in the right direction for us. Okay, I think from the angle of the value-added tax, what I would like to say in that area is that it will help the lower income earners because, like I mentioned earlier, that there's some products that's going to be zero rated, which means that there is not going to be tax VAT on them. There are some that are totally tax VAT exempted, so which means that and these products, they are products that commonly is everybody really, but more of a masses low income earner will know with the VAT that will have been paid on it will have been an impact on them, then it's taking off. So I think from that perspective is also a good and a welcome one. And it compared to what was proposed before, a general increase in the VAT rates across board. So this one is narrow it down to a particular area. So wherein it also exempt or puts zero rated on some product that are commonly used by the masses. So it's a positive direction. It's a good one. Yeah, okay. One, from the tax perspective, one of the very good things about this bill is that it allows that you claim input fats. VAT is what you sell, what you buy. So the net effect of it is what you remit.
Then this bill also helped to claim some expenses which currently is not in operation. So it's a positive one. Then again, you mentioned the increase in the VAT going forward. Well, let's appreciate that the increase is going to be gradual. That's one. Then two, let's also remember that the VAT, some of these products, they are not going to be with VAT again. That with common people like me and you, transport, there's not going to be VAT on it. Rent, no VAT on it. Food item, no VAT on it any longer. And many more. Health, no VAT on it any longer. So you can see that the VAT is going to be increased gradually, but it's not across board. So those basic that we know is every day is already been taken care of. So I think it should give it to the people that work on this bill. Okay, thank you so much for that angle and the question. I want to say that Federal Inland Revenue Services, they are really trying. And I can tell you, there's no system that doesn't have its own challenge. But FRS, they are trying. And they are moving from those days of Alanok. Now we have tax promise. You can do your filing right from the comfort of your office. You don't need to visit their office except there is a challenge. Right? So they are doing well, but they are not yet at the best. So, and there is room for improvement. They're already deploying technology. So what they need to do is to scale up and up to the task. But currently, they are doing well. So they just need to improve. Yeah, well, it depends on the perspective you look at it. Is it shrinking? Yes, we have some companies that are no more within the soul of the Nigerian. So in that case, their taxes is no more coming to us. But again, look at other businesses that are springing forth. So definitely those are coming to the tax net. And then again, there are some companies that are not, businesses that are not in tax net. So through the use of technologies by FRS, they're already bringing them to tax net. So the tax net is increasing. So the net effect of it, you can say, is increasing. Though we have some that are leaving the soul of Nigeria. So net effect of it, the tax net is increasing. Because we have people that businesses that are coming to Nigeria, and we have people that are businesses that are already in Nigeria, but they are not in tax net, but they're already bringing them to tax net. So it's like they are looking at perspective of increasing the threshold from 25 million to 50 million, as the case may be. Yeah, so are they saying that government should also still be taxing 25 million threshold? So we should applaud the bill that give opportunity for businesses that their threshold is less than 50 million, as the case may be. So, but from that angle, if you are looking at it that the business is shrinking, I don't see from that angle. I see from the angle of if the business is doing well and you are not to pay tax, rent, then your business is becoming robust, then you exceed the 50 million threshold. Then you also come back to the tax to be paid. So it is a way of giving boost to the business. And by the time the business is doing well beyond that threshold, then they'll be able to give back to the society. So it's a win-win situation. It's like giving a kind of relief to a business for them to thrive. And when they become better, doing well, then it's an encouragement to business, which they will also come to the net after that. So it's a good one. chairman of the year.
The chairman. Zaccheaus Adedeji.
Yes.
How would you assess his performance so far?
Yeah, I think Mr. Zaccheaus is a reformer. Yes. Looking at the step he has taken after assuming the office, and I also see that he's somebody that is listening. He has a close relationship with the former chairman of FRS. Probably he has learned some of things from him, challenges that he faced when he was there. So I think he's helping the current chairman. And if you look at the revenue they are getting, they are meeting up with the target. And at the same time, if you look at the staff, I don't see much of issues, challenges within them. So those are the indices that you can look at from the performance of a leader. Look at the staff that is leading, look at the target, the businesses also, are they fairly? So I think he's doing well, but he can do better.
In the heart of West Africa, where the Atlantic Ocean meets vibrant coastlines and cultural richness, lies a country that has long served as a bridge between tradition and modernity. Welcome to the Republic of Senegal. From its diverse languages to distinct cuisines and colorful attire, Senegal mirrors the broader identity of West Africa, a region shaped by history, resilience, and remarkable diversity. But among its neighbors, Senegal stands apart in a unique way. Since gaining independence from France in 1960, it has never experienced a military coup, a rarity in the region and a testament to its stable democratic legacy. Its capital, Dakar, hugs the coastline and is home to nearly a third of the country's population, around 5 million people. Though over 90% of Senegalese identify as Muslim, the nation's first president, Léopold Sédar Senghor, was a Catholic, a poet and philosopher. Senghor played a pivotal role in post-colonial West Africa, founding the Federal Assembly after France's withdrawal. French remains the official language, a legacy of colonization, but it's Wolof, the voice of the streets, that rings loudest in the markets, homes, and music of Senegal. Economically, Senegal thrives on two pillars: peanuts and fish, with nearly 40% of its arable land dedicated to peanut cultivation and a strategic coastal location fueling a robust fishing industry. Agriculture and maritime life shape much of its economy and daily rhythms. Senegal's culinary culture is just as iconic, from Fiebondien, the beloved fries and fish dish, to the zesty yassa of marinated chicken or fish flavor tells a story. And in between meals, locals sip on national drinks made from natural sources like boye, the sweet nectar from the baobab fruit. Wander the streets and you will likely spot sheep and goats roaming freely, not as strays, but as symbols. During the Muslim festival at Tabaski, male sheep are offered as spiritual sacrifices, a deeply rooted tradition tied in faith and family. While football reigns across the continent in Senegal, a traditional form of wrestling called lamb shares the spotlight, and sometimes steals it. Considered a national sport, lamb draws crowds of over 70,000 during major bouts, with a mix of athleticism, rituals, and roaring support from devoted fans. But Senegal's legacy runs deeper than sport or tradition. It is home to some of Africa's most symbolic landmarks. The Great Mosque of Touba, the largest in Africa, towers over the faithful. The Africa Renaissance Monument in Dakar stands at 49 meters high, Africa's tallest statue. And on Gorée Island, history echoes through the door of no return, the final passage for enslaved Africans during the transatlantic slave trade. Senegal is proudly home to 7 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. From Gore's sorrowful legacy to the rich biodiversity of Juge Bird Sanctuary and Nyokolo Koba National Park, from the colonial charm of St. Louis Island to the cultural landscapes of Basari Country, and from the unique Solemn Delta to the ancient stone circles of Senegambia, the land is a living museum. Add to that the dazzling pink lake, whose waters shimmer rose-hued during the dry season, and the car's revered surfing coastline, and it becomes clear. Senegal is a country of rhythm, resilience, and unmatched beauty. This is Senegal, the doorway to West Africa, where culture, history, and spirit converge to welcome the world. Chiki Okolo, Souk News TV.
In an age of artificial intelligence and automation, it is easy to overlook the value of hands. Yet in Ghana, hands still build nations. From Adinkra cloth printers in Ntoso to traditional kente weavers in Bonwire, Ghana's indigenous skill economy continues to prove.
Hello and welcome to Just Africa on Souk News Television, your window to the continent's business, economy, and development stories. You know, here we spotlight opportunities, break down trends, and tell the African business stories differently. I am Umevi Idolor, and today, being Monday, I'm not doing this show alone. I have Amulu Emmanuel in the studio. Hello, Amulu.
Hello, maybe. Hello, Africa. We're here again to dissect some of these issues that will definitely make very meaningful impacts in your lives. And today, I'm so glad that we're having a conversation around climate, because one of the things that I am particularly interested in is how to get better air quality in our cities, because whenever we have weather changes, you don't know how to prepare for some of these things because of the information that you have available to you. But I mean, hopefully at the end of this conversation that we'll have with our guests today, we would have learned one or two things on how to, live better, especially in urban centers.
Exactly. So today's conversation unpacks African cities, how African cities rather can turn climate ambition into measurable local action. What lessons Addis Ababa offers for cities like Lagos and Nairobi, and why data and governance must be at the heart of urban climate leadership. I was going through what Addis Ababa is doing right now.
Yeah.
We're talking about Africa. For our viewers, we don't get stuck to Nigeria stories. We go across Africa. So I saw what they're doing about their climate change right now. In fact, they are taking over the leadership. When it comes to climate actions, when it comes to climate change, when it comes to converting waste products to energy. In fact, Addis Ababa is on the lead, and I really look forward to seeing more African countries learning a lot from what Ethiopia is doing right now.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things everybody's talking about these days is how to better the environment. Even COP25 that's going to happen very, very soon. One of the topical things is how to tackle climate change in other parts of the countries and the world as well. We've done Paris agreements where many countries say, okay, you know what, we're going to be doing more cleaner energy.
Yeah.
Looking for renewable energies and renewable sources. Now it's time for action, and I'm sure that's where many of the conversations are going to be having going to. Enough of the talk. Now we want action. We want to see how Africa can lead, or at least join in this race to get clean and of course renewable energy. Because at the end of the day, look, if you want to survive in an environment, you have to make that environment conducive for you to. So if your habits or your daily activities tend to always hamper or dampen how the environment is, one way is going to circle back and then start to affect your health, which is going to lead to another set of problems. So probably nip it in the bud, and I like that conversation is already happening, and actions like the ones that's happening in Ethiopia is already, they're already moving with action, and they're already doing it. So if more African cities, more African countries can begin to think about, something around this line.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to get better environment. I like the fact that our guest today is going to show us the roadmap, how they did it in Ethiopia, and then let's see how other African cities can actually emulate them.
Yes, how other African cities will be able to emulate what is happening right now in Addis Ababa. But right now, we'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be introducing our guest for today's show. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
In an age of artificial intelligence and automation, it is easy to overlook the value of hands. Yet in Ghana, hands still build nations. From Adinkra cloth printers in Ntoso to traditional kente weavers in Bonwire, Ghana's indigenous skill economy continues to prove that African creativity is not just cultural, it is commercial. Looking beyond the surface of heritage to the engine room of informal training systems that have powered generations and could power Africa's industrial future, Ghana comes to mind. In Ghana, apprenticeship is not a fallback. It is the main highway for millions of young people who are learning practical trades like metalwork, leatherwork, carpentry, fabric dyeing, and advanced tailoring. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, more than 80% of artisans are trained informally, yet they contribute significantly to the GDP. This is not unique to Ghana. From the woodcarvers of Kenya to the bronze casters of Nigeria, Africa is a continent of craftspeople. But Ghana offers a model where traditional skill acquisition meets modern enterprise development. Institutions like the Council for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, COTVET, have begun integrating indigenous knowledge into formal systems, developing a dual-track model that combines age-old methods with certification, mentorship, and business incubation. As Africa looks for solutions to youth unemployment, the answer may not lie in importing Western education models, but in elevating what we already have. Imagine if every African country invested in formalizing informal skills, adding value chains, technology, and access to export markets. The challenge, as always, is perception. We must stop seeing artisanship as inferior. Ghana is showing that welding can build wealth and textile design can drive trade. The African hand is skilled. The African mind is gifted. What remains is for policy and investment to catch up with potential. In Ghana's apprentices, they don't just see workers, they see a future workforce Africa can proudly call its own. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Souk News TV.
Yeah, welcome back. This is still Just Africa on Souk News Television. Please follow us on all our social media platforms at Souk News TV. Comment, like, subscribe, and share. Of course, your comment will be read during the live show. So, welcome back once again. Our guest today is Tibebu Asefa. He is a climate change and air quality technical advisor at the C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group. With over 17 years of hands-on experience, Tibebu led the Addis Ababa City Climate Action Plan, which aligns directly with the Paris Agreement. His work includes leading the city's greenhouse gas inventory, designing adaptation investment packages, and promoting community-led resilience strategies. Hello, Tibebu. Are you there? Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. It's great to introduce me to the audience, and nice to meet you. And it's my great pleasure to be a part of this interview and to share my experience about this progress in terms of actually implement
Thank you very
action.
much. I hope you're doing well right there in Ethiopia right now.
Yes, yes, we are doing.
And hope we
good,
didn't
yes.
murder your name. If we did, we apologize for that. Yes.
See what they can learn. Because I don't know, if something is working, you just have to replicate it. That's the best approach to do. And of course, particularly here in Nigeria, we want to hear more. Oh, this is the cleanest city or the cleanest state that you want to visit.
Yes.
And we're approaching 30 December, which is big in Lagos, by the way. If one of the things that we can tackle between now and then is to get our environment clean, that would be very, very fantastic. So let's keep it here.
Okay, our guest is back online. Tibebu, welcome back.
Thank you so much. And I tried to switch to another internet. My internet was not good. And anyway, I think I heard your first question concerning about UN project that Africa population will double. So yeah, actually, Addis Ababa is rapidly growing as other cities already projected by UN. So our population, like estimated to be around 4 to 5 million. So this significant growth actually inherently drives increase in economic consumption and production. So to manage this growth responsibly, it is important to actually anchor our development strategy in the principle of sustainable development, particularly addressing climate change. So for this, Addis Ababa actually launched a comprehensive climate action plan that includes both mitigation and adaptation, where we have like 14 mitigation action, which addresses in terms of reducing carbon emission from the atmosphere. And we have also 20 adaptation action, which are planned to actually adapt the changing climate change in terms of food security, urban infrastructure, water, ecosystem management. So currently, the city is actually progressing in terms of doing both carbon reduction and adapting the changing climate change.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Sefa, you mentioned 14 and then you mentioned 20. I mean, just list some of the ones that you can come off your head. Just list some of them so that we can learn and take notes.
Yeah, that's a good question. Like basically, when we say climate change, and in the long term, we need to address, carbon emission from the economy. And in the short term, we need to adapt the changing climate change. So now we have around 34 prioritized action in our climate action plan. 40 of them is toward this mitigation action, which are trying to address carbon emission reduction in the energy sector, transport and waste. And the other adaptation action is particularly focusing on adaptation work on water, health, and ecosystem, and food security and urban infrastructure. So basically, we have two major components of action that we need to address through climate action. So we prioritize 14 action towards mitigation and 20 major action towards adapting climate change.
Okay. And all these plans that you've had, they are all moving you towards the Paris Agreement, I'm assuming. However, how are you able to measure, or how are you measuring that you are meeting these agreements that was had in Paris? What do you use to measure them?
Climate action is very much compatible to Paris Agreement, where we are envisioned to create resilient and carbon neutral cities by 2050. For that, we need to address, we need to meet different targets at different timeline, like in the interim by 2030. So we have set an indicator for the mitigation action as well as adaptation action.
Okay.
For the mitigation action, actually, we targeted like to reduce our carbon emission by 2030 by around 41%, based on the baseline that we have on 2060. So so we, like, every year we try to calculate the emission reduction brought by different priority action that I mentioned, like how those 14 mitigation action actually bringing, in terms of carbon emission reduction in the transport sector, in the energy sector, as well as in the transport. So we have matrix where we can measure the carbon reduction brought by those prioritized action. And similarly with the adaptation action, through adaptation, we have indicators like how different action actually can reduce in terms of heat, urbanized land, in terms of flooding, drought. So we have, indicators along with those prioritized action where we can actually understand and measure the progress with regarding to the set targets based on, the implemented activities around these years. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Now, the climate action, climate change and all that, they are very important to the everyday business person, to the everyday African who goes about doing his or her business. But the urgency of climate action is not communicated well enough to many people. How do you think we can communicate the urgency of climate action to the everyday African who is busy, who is thinking of survival, who is thinking of his job, who is thinking of how to get the meal for the next day? How do we communicate this to them?
Yeah, exactly. This is a good question. I think you were mentioning this while introducing about the climate change. We have one actually Earth where we live. So I think we need to come up with a good strategy that we can actually create awareness about climate change, how in danger is our world because of the current and the projected impact of climate change that scientists is coming up with. Like, scientists already agreed that if our temperature, like if our temperature increase by 1.5 degrees centigrade compared to like in pre-industrial revolution, like around 1960, if this degree centigrade is happened, our world actually will have a different catastrophe in terms of flood, heat island, as well as impacting, our agriculture and our economy. So I think we need to create awareness in mainstreaming media, social media about the issue, about this scientific evidence, so that actually people can understand and include the climate thinking into their daily life. Yeah, I know many people in Africa may struggle for their daily life, but considering the current experience in terms of flooding happening in different parts of Africa,
is the Paris Agreement. Now, the thing is, most African countries are members of this. They were part of the agreement. Like Lagos, Nairobi, they were all part of the agreement. Now, looking at the progress in Addis Ababa right now, how would you compare the progress going on there to the progress in Lagos, in Nairobi, in Johannesburg, and other African countries? Do you think all the African countries are doing well enough as regarding the agreement?
Yeah, actually, I don't have a good data regarding to different African countries, but I heard a lot of good initiative across Lagos, Nairobi, Johannesburg, and Addis as well. And I'm actually as a part of my job as a regional air quality technical advisor in Addis and Nairobi in East Africa, I actually noticed that things are very much progressing in terms of addressing climate change along with air quality action as well. And it was encouraging actually cities like Lagos, Nairobi, Addis, as well as Johannesburg actually adopted city climate action like 5 years ago. So most of them actually struggling to implement that climate action to meet actually towards the Paris Agreement. So most of the climate action of those cities actually developed in terms of compatibility with the Paris Agreement. So if I share my experience with regarding to Addis, and the city is progressing very well in terms of addressing particularly emission reduction in the transport sector. Like the city is going very well in terms of adopting electric vehicle.
Yes.
Like for the climate action plan, we have almost zero EVs in the road. Now that mix is rapidly changing. Like currently, around 10% of Addis automobile cars are EV. So that is a good progress, and the government also procuring electric buses in the last couple of years. So that is great progress. And with regarding to promoting walking and cycling, and the government also doing a great job in terms of constructing cycling infrastructure. So I'm seeing a great progress in terms of this sector, and also developing vehicle emission standard, which limits the tailpipe emission coming from those fuel power vehicle. And a big progress is observed as actually during the climate action planning transport sector, where the major emission contributor to Addis Ababa greenhouse gas emission, and other sector like waste, energy also are doing very well in terms of waste. The city is really working with regarding to segregation of waste and composting, recycling, and reusing. And we are also working in terms of expanding solar system as alternative energy source for the grid, and we are working towards drafting some regulation with regarding to promoting solar or renewable energy as one of alternative source that back up our hydro grid electricity, where we have some interruption. So to back up that, we are encouraging commercial and business buildings to consider those alternatives. So we are seeing a good progress, and in terms of addressing adaptation issue as well, uh, working, expanding, actually increasing green coverage in the city. There is a huge tree planting, and you know, constructing of city parks in the city. So that is a good progress in terms of actually reducing urban heat island, and in terms of decreasing flooding. So
All right. Mr. Asafa, I understand that. I mean, these works are already going, but then again, we could still see that if we're still having these conversations now, some of the cities are still laid back. Perhaps maybe they don't have the necessary plan or the necessary policies. But from your own experience, especially from East Africa, what are the challenges that you have noticed that has made some of these countries not been able to meet up with the speed or the pace that countries like Addis Ababa or cities like Addis Ababa are already championing?
Yeah, I think that the major thing that I'm seeing is in terms of getting a good buy-in from national government as well as city government, and the other is in terms of actually getting finance to implement the prioritized climate action. So I think working on those space, and you know collaborating with local government and pushing understanding of the issue is very important. And the next is just to mobilizing climate finance from different sources, from international and national, private and public fund is very important to do, to include climate issue into the context of the traditional development agenda, so that uh, so that uh, so that we can integrate climate issue as part of development agenda while we consider development in
Okay.
in the transport sector, in the energy sector, uh, or while we think urban development as a whole. So we need to have buy-in from government, and as well as uh, getting finance is very important for the success, I think.
Okay, so if I summarize, I could say that many of them do not have the financial power, or they don't have the government backing to be able to complete some of these projects that would help to make cities cleaner and safer for better climates. Essentially, that's why the plan has not really kicked off measurably in many of these cities. However, I wanted to throw another question. I mean, something like a follow-up, right? From researches, you would see that most of the carbon emissions come from our urban transport systems. An example, another one is from the energy sources that we have currently in cities. In Addis Ababa, how were you able to fix some of these challenges emitting from transport and energy? How did you do? Was it renewable energy, or what plans did you use?
Yeah, I think this is a great question in terms of addressing carbon emission from the transport sector. Uh, as as I mentioned earlier, like most of our vehicles were fueled power, like in 2021.
Okay.
So one of the things that the government did is just to shift from fuel power vehicle to electric vehicle.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah, so actually our grid electricity source is from a hydro, which is
Okay.
um, l- less pollute. So shifting from fuel power to
EVs.
EV is actually
Yes.
a major change. And also the government is promoting walking and cycling in that sector. And in the energy also, actually, even if our uh, grid system is uh, a clean one, but we have sometimes a power outrage. So different business institution actually use generator as a backup. So now we are promoting uh, battery system or solar so that they
Okay.
can shift from uh, using generator as alternative energy backup to solar system. So uh, and also working on the improving biomass cooker stove. Uh, Biomass also used as like wood and charcoal while there is a power outrage. So we are encouraging people to use, improved cooker stove, which actually have a minimum energy performance. So that we can reduce the amount of wood or charcoal usage. So yeah, the city is working in this regard in terms of reducing emission from the transport and energy.
Okay, thank you very much. And I love the way you explained this, how the conversion went and how Addis is doing it right now. But talking about green energy, reducing the carbon and all that, let's now look at the industrialization aspect of it. Because we are trying to create jobs for people, the African, all the countries in Africa, they are trying to create jobs. Now, my question now is, how can African cities balance industrialization and emissions and emission reduction? Since you're talking about job creation, because most of these industries, they are the major contributors to the carbon that is affecting our climate right now. So how do we balance both?
Yeah, actually, this is a tough question. Uh, yeah, yeah. Actually, our fundamental motivation for tackling emission is to secure sustainable and resilience path for economic growth. While actually industrialization is essential and pursuing the business as usual model is no longer viable for our Earth or ecosystem. So climate change itself is devastating our development, and it has a capacity to uh, reduce our GDP through impacting our infrastructure, agriculture, um, as well as health. Therefore, we can not choose between like growth and climate action. We must pursue growth through like climate action. So the imperative is to shift our development trajectory into sustainable pathway
Okay.
that allows our industries to expand and create jobs while while simultaneously reducing our emissions. So we need to actually um, balance balance. So this balance is in I think achieved by embracing green growth model. This means strategically investing in modern energy efficient industries and leveraging our abundant renewable energy resources in Africa, such as solar, wind, geothermal power. I think this approach will increase our economic progress from environmental degradation. Crucially, also it also generates new sustainable jobs in the markets. So, like renewable energies, one sector that we might focus, public transport operation, retrofitting of buildings into a new considering renewable energies in buildings, circular economy, like using waste and producing usable materials. Those actually can also, create a good job uh, in the in greening economy. So I think uh, we need to think that we need to balance and understand how actually the green industries can also come up with, creating job.
Okay, before we go on the break coming up soon, I just want to ask, in all days, you've gone through, you've done so many converted waste into electricity. You now have electric buses. The government is investing so much. Apart from that, you will also, I believe rather, that there are some challenges that tend to hinder the progress of climate action in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, precisely. What are some of the challenges you encountered in all of this?
Yeah, there are challenges specifically in terms of getting, uh, finance just to implement those action wider. And you need also to think that the climate action need to be inclusive, and you need to understand, as you mentioned, we need to balance our growth so that the transition can be like just transition. So we need to be inclusive in terms of addressing those uh, climate action. For example, if you implement some vehicle emission standard, there will be a lot of cars in the city who owned by private government. So you need to think how long that it takes, and uh, you know just considering the just transition, how those old cars can be scrapped, how those old cars can come to the standard. So you need to come up with good strategies that include all. So there will be some challenge, but in implementing a number of climate action plan. So we need to devise as well a mechanism how we can address those challenges in terms of finance, in terms of technicality, and in terms of actually benefiting all the community without actually worsening of any community, so that just to make everyone benefit from that action, you need to come up with a good strategies to solve different challenges in implementing the climate action, I think. So we are not far from that, and we are working with the government and the community to aware about it, and dividing a mechanism that actually the climate action can be implemented under inclusive uh, under inclusive concept where every society can benefit. So there are challenges, but we need to engage stakeholders and come up with a good mechanism to address those challenges, I think.
All right. Thank you very much, Tubebu Asefa. So we'll go on this quick break. And when we come back, our guest, who is still standing by, all the way from Addis Ababa or Ethiopia, let me not just say Addis Ababa right now, will be telling us how they were able to overcome the challenges and what other African countries will be able to learn from what Addis Ababa is doing right now in the continent of Africa. And of course, many more questions will be asked. And of course, he will be standing by to respond to those questions. Amolo Imane is still with me in the studio. We'll go on this quick break and we'll come back. The conversation continues. Stay with us.
Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and government to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcement has been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift towards a responsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs, creating an ecosystem where post-consumer waste is collected, processed, and refused. Retailers and distributors are being encouraged and in some cases incentivized to set up collection points where consumers can return used packaging for responsible disposal. There is also brand-driven consumer education. Organizations have introduced citizen advocacy campaigns to influence individual waste disposal behavior. This kind of messaging, when amplified by large brands, can have a ripple effect in shifting cultural habits. Beyond environmental responsibility, investing in circular economy models enhances long-term profitability, strengthens brand equity, and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. To effectively shape consumer behavior and stakeholders' engagement, businesses must leverage communication strategies that go beyond compliance reports. Employees should be active participants in sustainability efforts. Companies can integrate sustainability training, incentivize waste reduction, and implement office-wide plastic reduction policies, engaging suppliers, investors, and partners in sustainability commitments such as reducing excessive packaging or co-investing in recycling solutions to create an ecosystem-wide impact. Mass communication campaigns, social influencers, partnerships, and media collaborations can help educate consumers on practical steps for responsible plastic use and disposal. While Nigeria has engaged in international climate and sustainability conversations, the government must go beyond policy declarations and foreign aid incentives. The priority should be local, long-term economic and health benefit, rather than reactivate bans that are often poorly enforced. The government can provide tax incentives for businesses, investing in recycling infrastructure while enforcing stricter regulations on reduction and disposal, expanding waste management facilities, establishing more government-led recycling centers, and integrating waste.
Yeah, welcome back. This is the Just Africa on Souk News Television, and we have been talking about climate change in Africa, climate action rather, and how African countries can take over the leadership of climate change. And we have been having a robust conversation with our guest, Tibebu Asefa. Are you there? Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you, Omavi.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Tibebu, I know for the record that you're a very ardent air quality professional, right? I mean, it's something that is still new. We're learning about it. But then again, first off, tell us your work, and then tell us the kind of things that you look out for when you carry out your job.
Okay, thank you, Emmanuel. Yeah, currently, specifically, I'm working on air quality issue, and so that actually very much related with the climate change.
Okay.
Actually, while you address the climate change action, most of them are very much related to air quality action.
Okay.
Because both of them actually try to reduce emission from the economy. The climate change sector actually focus on greenhouse gases, and whereas the air pollution one is the air quality one is also focused on the pollutants, specifically pollutants according to the WHO guideline, which are like particulate matter 2.5, 10, and nitrous oxide, and there are about 6 criteria pollutant. But now most cities actually focus on PM 2.5, which is the major the major sources in the city, as well as it has also high health impacts on city residents in terms of respiratory and cardiovascular and other number of diseases. So as a C40, we are working particularly in Africa, about 11 cities, including Lagos.
Okay.
So what we are doing is just to reduce air pollution or improve air quality in the cities, so that people should not be vulnerable to kind of disease caused by air pollution, such as I mentioned, the respiratory, cardiovascular, and other diseases. So we are engaging very much on measuring of those pollutants in the cities and compare the health impacts brought by specific measurement and create awareness among stakeholders, the expert decision makers, so that they can understand the situation and come up with viable action that reduce air pollution.
Fantastic. So, I mean, in fact, what you said now is leading me to my next question. You were just thinking around. So when you want to create the policies that's going to help to improve life, improve health, improve the environment, and essentially quality of life, what kind of data do you check or do you go out to look for, especially in terms of air quality? What kind of data do you look for?
Yeah, we specifically look on all criteria pollutant, but currently, due to budget specifically, more focused toward this actually measuring PM 2.5, particulate matter 2.5. For example, if you look at this air quality management plan, the goal is just to reduce air pollution or to improve our yeah, or in another way, just to improve our air quality towards the national standard, like the national standard in terms of particulate matter 2.5 is 15 microgram per meter cube. So Addis is far behind that. So the air quality management plan is actually focusing on improving the air quality to the national standard. So the measurement that we are undertaking is just to deploy different air quality measurement around the city, so that we can have an idea of what it looks like at this air quality, so that we can actually understand the things that we are doing, how much the progress we have compared to life like 2 years or 3 years ago, and also just to identify hotspot areas in the city where we can have real-time data and what activities are there with regarding to the specific PM 2.5 pollution we are seeing in the map. So that gives us an indication, actually, an indication what's happening in that area, and if there is industries we need to control. So Environmental Protection Authority can go and see and advise how they can reduce air pollution in that area and reduce exposure of around that area residents towards this pollution.
Okay, so I was going to, I'm sorry, but the follow-up questions are just coming through my head, so I'm going to be pouring them in. First off, I'm going to ask this very layman question. I'm sure you're familiar with the face mask that we were using during COVID, those typical ones that we use. Do they help to check against air pollutants? Are they that viable?
Actually, PM 2.5 microgram is very, very much small, and I didn't hear that recommendation regarding to wearing mask can actually reduce exposure of this particulate matter 2.5. But what usually recommended is just not to go to that place if it is beyond the recommended level. So you should not expose yourself for that pollution. Otherwise, the more you're exposed, you are prone to specific disease regarding to respiratory or cardiovascular, and a number of research also coming up with different diseases, including stress. So I don't have much information on regarding like wearing a mask, but mostly recommended is not just to expose yourself.
Just expose yourselves. But then again, how do you know? Because the truth of the matter is the man on the street most likely would depend on experts like yourself, right? So if this information are not there, how can your citizens in the city be able to tell if the air quality in this place that I'm in is better? Before we really think of how to, prevent it, can we first know knowledge about it? Is there a way we can tell, maybe by swiping a white handkerchief, or how do you measure? How do you measure if an air quality in a place is safer? Hello?
LACEPA is working on that. I think I have some information regarding to that.
Okay.
And like Lagos has a number of air quality monitoring equipment deployed across the city.
Okay.
And there is also websites where um, you can know which which area of the city is showing more polluted air, um, but might not be like representative for all uh, uh, Lagos city state area. But my experience regarding to cities who actually perform well in this regard, they have maps.
Okay.
So that map actually show a real-time data where you can see the air pollution status of the city in real-time term, so that you can refer and go a place where is air quality is good, or if you have planned to go somewhere the the air pollution is higher than the standard, so you need maybe differ to go to that place. So there is also system cities are doing, like you can register in that um, air quality map website where you can automatically get an alert for specific area, so that you can be recommended, like so this is not a good time to go to this place, and this place is clean air, so that you can actually make decision according to the data you have.
Okay, thank you very much, Tibebu. Now, I like the fact that you talked about the map. With the advent of technology and AI, is it possible for you and your team, maybe the C40 cities, the C40, is it possible for you to design an app that people can easily download into their mobile phones or their gadgets, whereby they can easily determine the air quality of a particular place? Because when you talk about a website, hi, but those who don't have an idea about websites, there are people who don't even know how to access websites. But when you talk about app, it is easier for people to download those apps into their gadgets and monitor the air quality of a particular area. Are you people looking into that direction?
Yeah, it is a good question, V. Yes, there are also actually internationally, like IQ Index. They have application where you can download and that adjust to your city, so that you can uh, for example, if Lagos like have 10 air quality sensor across the city, that instrument can show you where those air quality instruments are and the reading, so that you can actually get an advice whether to go someplace or not. So yeah, you are right. That is some international platform, but sometimes those actually app may not show all sensors in the city because of data sharing mechanism.
Yes.
So it's great, like uh, relevant department who actually working in this space should consider like doing websites, and again app that actually easily downloadable, and people can refer to it and make necessary action based on that. So yeah, there are international experience in that regards, and our some of the cities actually I know some information, like Nairobi City is doing a good website that is accessible through mobile. I don't know whether that website has app, but I think that's a good step.
Yeah.
To have that website, and again thinking more accessible towards the resident, so that uh, they can have a good, they can empower themselves with a gadget, which is very much easily accessible, like than website. Yeah, sure.
All right, thank you very much, Tibebu. Now, I love something about Addis Ababa, Ethiopia generally. They didn't just make policies that were written on paper, they implemented it. And that is the challenge most African countries are experiencing, or they have it right now. Policies are made, but they're not implemented. So, what step would you advise other African countries, Nigeria, my beloved country, what other steps would you advise them to take so they can also advance just the way Addis Ababa has done right now in converting whatever it needed to be converted into green energy just to save our climate? What would you advise the governments of various countries in Africa? What would you advise them to do?
Yeah, I think yeah, most African countries and cities, I think, similar with this regard. But my actually recommendation with regarding to having a number of policies, but not such good in terms of enforcing and implementing. I think, yeah, having a policy is a good one, but then the next and the most important step is to implement. So making actually awareing the government to buy in, and the government, the people, I think the first step, and the government and the people actually knows about the seriousness of um, climate change or ability. Oh, yeah, hopefully things will, things will be included in the in their plan, in the government plan, and it will have respective budget for that. And my recommendation is just try as much as possible just to uh, you know aware and capacity building activities through the city campaign, that everybody can have equal information about some action, so that uh, that's actually a good step, just to get enforcement in terms of different regulation. So unless the government get buy-in, and that might not be included as part of the city or country plan. So and might not have a budget to implement. So I think creating awareness at every level, starting from different tiers of government within the city or even the national. So that is important. And after that, creating awareness among community, city resident is a good one, so that actually get implemented.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I did like the fact that there's now public and private partnership, just like you mentioned, also getting the citizens to be aware and also participate. Because at the end of the day, if
many of them own some of these projects, the possibility of it being successful will be higher. But I wanted to take your thoughts, right? We're talking climate change, and one of the decimal conversation that always comes up is tree planting. I wanted you to share your thoughts on that one. Because look, I know some people argue when you have many plants and trees around you, the air quality is better. Is that part of a strategy that Addis Ababa pulled, and is it something you would recommend to other African countries?
Yes, so I think this is a good question, Emmanuel. Yeah, tree planting has a lot of contribution in terms of addressing climate change as well as air pollution. Like for climate change, it has actually dual purpose. One is tree actually is the one that sequester actually take uh, carbon dioxide from the atmosphere.
Yes.
And as well as contributors of in terms of reducing flooding and urban heat island.
Yes.
So considering actually tree planting as part of urban planning, it's very good. That actually advisable in terms of combating climate change and air quality. And within air quality space also need to consider some aspect in terms of tree planting and considering trees that will not have much impact on surrounding air quality. So considering that is important, but in general term, yes, replanting is very good initiative in terms of combating climate change and air quality.
What's the policy behind tree planting in Ethiopia?
Yes, now we have for the past like 5 or 7 years, the government is campaigning a number of tree plantings each year, especially during the rainy season. So the thought behind is just to rehabilitate the degraded environment. Like we had a good coverage of tree decades ago, so we are losing that coverage, and that actually causing to have more flood, more heat island, as well as more erosion. So specifically in the rural side. So so the government actually give a good attention for tree planting. So if you look some data of Addis now, the green space coverage of Addis is now increasing because the government is focusing on tree planting and actually expanding urban parkings, so pocket parking around the city, so that actually influence in terms of green spacing. So the rationale behind is just to, rehabilitating the nature, and it has also contribution for combating climate change.
Okay. I hear a lot of policies being done from governments, and then perhaps partnership that needs to happen, even though there's still funding challenges that hamper some of the growth that we expect and the acceleration. But if you were to advise the ordinary citizen in these cities as they are, what would you expect them to do and not to do as individuals we have to contribute to climate change, or at least to help to fix the problem? We as citizens now, I need you to address us. What do we want? What should we do and what should we not do?
Yeah, that is a great question. Yeah, I think everything's actually start from individual decision and as a family and community. So as an individual, so we are talking about climate change and air pollution. So in general, what I recommend is just, advise people to prefer things which have low uh, carbon dioxide per footprint. Like what I mean, this is people can choose the way they transport, the way they handle waste, and the way they use energy at home. So
Okay.
uh, they can maximize their decision in terms of the carbon footprint they have in different activities. So that is my advice for the decision at individual level. Climate change actually not about only reducing carbon footprint, but we need to actually adapt to already happened climate change. So our cities are vulnerable for flooding. Our cities are vulnerable for increasing temperatures, so they need to do their contribution in terms of tree planting, conserving the environment, and so on. So uh, I think those are the individual levels that we can do as part of combat climate change. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for your final words to the average African out there. Now, your final words to our leaders, African leaders, especially the ones at the local level. Your final words to them.
Yeah, let's, their contribution actually will impact locally and globally. So whatever small, action actually, the cumulative effect will be high. So let us let us act on uh, climate change, whatever resource that we have. So that that is ultimately actually can bring a big change across the country as well as across the region and the continent. So whatever we do locally is very important. So I think they need to keep up doing, considering climate action as part of their local agenda.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tibebo. We'll be having a robust conversation with our guest, Tibebo Asefa. He is a climate change and air quality technical advisor at the C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group. With over 70 years of hands-on experience, Tibebo led the Addis Ababa City Climate Action Plan, which aligns directly with the Paris Agreement. His work includes leading the city's greenhouse gas inventory, designing adaptation investment packages, and promoting community-led resilience strategies. Very big thank you to you for your time on the show today, Tibebo Asefa.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Omivi. I don't know whether I pronounce well.
Yeah, very well.
Thank you so much. It's a great opportunity.
You're welcome. In fact, Emmanuel, I think it is high time the government visits Ojota. You see the heat, we are wasting energy.
I'll play the devil's advocate. Why Ojota?
That is electricity that is just sitting on a land space. Not being converted to power is a waste. It's wasting the land space. And electricity is going away just like that. This is something that Addis Ababa has done. Yeah. And it is not big. It is not too big for Lagos state government or the federal government to do as well. I feel, sincerely speaking, that what is going on, that waste at Ojota there is, as the name implies, is a waste.
Anyway, I like I said, I play the devil's advocate, but not being the devil, by the way. But current information does show that the state government is making attempts to create alternative energy. And quite recently, the federal government, Adelabu, the minister, had said they want to now, decentralize electricity so that states can generate their own power. Lagos already does that. So, but then again, I agree with you that there's potential in that place, and I also would admit that there are efforts to create energy from that place, because one of the things that is highly wasted in that waste dump is methane gas. Now, methane gas, if properly refined, can also help to provide as alternative to your gas that you use in the house.
Home. Yes.
And it can also help you to generate electricity as a source of power. However, it won't categorize as clean energy because of where it is generated from. Okay. Right? But then again, is it energy? Good. But like from our conversation with Bebu, you also learn that there are different ways that you can help to improve the climate, right? And I like the fact that there are also apps, like you mentioned, apps and websites that you can use to tell when an environment is not clean. Because obviously, once you're coming into Lagos from Berger, and then you're heading towards you will definitely pass through your Jota axis, right? And then from there, it's already telling you, oh, this area, the air quality is bad. This air quality here is bad. Why I asked that question about the face mask was, how can we, when I enter into a place where the air quality is bad, how can I stay safe, right? And then he says the data is not almost there because these things are very, very minute. And that, I won't say scam, but all of us fell for it when COVID came, and then we all wearing face masks. It wasn't saving us from COVID. We were just wearing those. People made a killing from the sale of face masks. But that's
the business side of it.
Entirely. But I do see the potential to create better environment from the kind of activities that we did, because you mentioned, the way you manage your waste, your transportation, clean your environment. And for example, in Lagos here, the Commissioner for Environment is always on the conversation: clean your gutters, clean your environment. If there are more policies or activities that we can do to safeguard, because he did mention that there are already some problems existing. Before you talk about climate change, the ones that have not yet come, there are already some that are already existing. How do you mitigate against them? There's flooding, there's high heat, there's heat wave, there's dirty gutters and dirty environment. How can you fix that one? Everybody has a role to play. If you're always waiting for the government, you as a person would, at the end of the day, face the health challenge that is hitting you. Yes. You now still go back and just complain, the health system is not good. At the end of the day, look, start from your small corner, your small community. How do you dispose your waste? How do you take care of your environment? If your air in that environment is not so clean, how can you improve on it? By tree planting, it gives us a whole lot of options. Yes. I like that conversation that we had today.
And I love the fact that he said something. Most times when we talk about government in Nigeria, we often refer to the federal government. What are the local governments doing?
They are closer to you.
They are closer to you. Yes. So we shouldn't just focus on the president or the federal government. Your local government chairman, they have responsibilities. I think it's high time we started holding these people responsible. If Addis Ababa had not gone down to their grassroots, they wouldn't have gotten to where they are right now. So if Ethiopia, as they are right now, if they can achieve what they have achieved, then I believe Nigeria can actually do more. You understand? Because we have the human power, we have the capacity, we have what it takes to actually help our climate change, the climate action that every society is clamoring for. We can actually achieve it. So, apart from the individual, away from the federal government, let's focus on our state and local government. Yeah. They have a lot to do to help us achieve this.
Now that you mentioned this, it kind of like clicked in my head, because I remember there was a time, maybe like last year or 2 years ago, where a report came out and it was measuring cities in Lagos based on their air quality. I think Ali Mosho was stopping as the one that had the worst. Yeah, that is, it's a local government.
Yeah.
So now that you mentioned local government and everybody had a role to play, if we can, there's sometimes some of these things you're trying to win the public in, right? You can create a competition amongst local governments in Lagos, for example, and say, let's do the cleanest local government area and then award them a particular project. It's just thinking outside the box. Yeah. Or you now say, by at the end of 2025, let's see which of the local governments have more trees planted.
Yes.
Because tree planting helps to clean the environment. We say, okay, let's set a target. Every local government must have planted 1,000 trees. And then to plant those trees, you get local community members to do it. Anyway, that's the way you buy them in. And then at the end of the year, if you get the cleanest, award them something. Maybe it's just something you think. Maybe you give them a primary health center. Or I'm not saying that because I somebody tell me that's what
something to reward them.
Like a reward, right? Oh, this particular local government. That way, you see people call the local government chairman. I know we want to win this thing next year.
Yes.
So can we do this? These are the metrics that they've already put down. Or when you check, we are topping in the air quality, the bad one. What we're topping is we want to be at the bottom. What do we need to do? We need to clean our because we see Tokunbo Wahab, the Commissioner for Environment. Every time they are going to demolish something that is at the right of way. Now the local government needs to now begin to champion some of these causes because the truth is in the local government's rank, they also have their own person in charge of environment.
Exactly.
Now you're always waiting for Tokunbo Wahab to move around all the
parts of Lagos State. No.
And they say, no. At the end of the day, look, we know it's your job, but all of us have a role to play in this thing. Because at the end of the day, one heap of trash will not become a heap until a lot of people get scared.
Yes.
So
that's true.
When you tell yourself that no, I don't want to contribute to this thing, and the next person does the same thing, before I know it's going to get better. And because the truth is, the way we behave, the way we reason, the way we react to certain things contributes to the poor climate that we have, the poor environment that we have. Sometimes we don't even know that what we do contributes to the bad. So I'll give a very simple example. I'm sure you've got time. But I was in the public transportation, popular BRT. And one guy bought soft drink along with one of these guys who are selling on the road. He finished consuming it and then he tossed it out the window. Immediately he did that. At least 3 people told him, why would you do that? I just dropped it in the BRT. Immediately I heard that, I was happy because I didn't even contribute to join the conversation. But I was happy that so people were able to enlighten him. And then I said, the first thing, his reaction was, so people are paid to sweep the road. Immediately he said that, he got another set of admonition. And I said, oh, I know. I should have thrown it inside the box. But he knew that immediately he said that people countered him. Because they are paid, somebody said because they are paid, you want to kill them to begin to do that. What if somebody sleeps on that thing and falls, and then they explained the ripple effect of just one singular action that he did. He now realized, okay, I know. I don't look.
Yeah, I think
the more of us that can do this, the better the society will be.
Yes, I think it was during the Governor Fashola's regime, administration rather, that was when the law came whereby you can't throw things off the window or on the road. I think it is high time we brought that back. Because these days, nobody cares anymore. When you tell some persons, they tell you that, those ones that are on the road, go.
It never gets. It's not that we don't implement anymore.
So he was implementing, in fact, it was beyond implementation. If you don't like the implementation, they force it on you that time. And the Lagos was cleaner then. You understand? So I still believe that the enforcement can come back. Until we start enforcing this law, like that was why I asked our guests. It is no longer about policies on paper. It is not about implementation. True. Why these people are where they are now, why Ethiopia is where they are now, is because they implemented. So until we start implementing those laws, if you are saying everyone should plant a tree in your compound, ensure people do it. If you tell people that, okay, do not throw things off the window of your moving vehicle or buses, whatever it is, implement it. Let people be arrested and everyone will comply.
Add to traffic violation. By the time vehicles see their plate numbers have been tracked or something, before you throw something out the window, the driver will tell you, please,
exactly.
There's trash in this place, there's no trash, leave it there. When I get to wherever it is, I'll pack everything and then trash it myself. Because at the end of the day, look, like I said, all of us contribute. If you say a state or a city or a place is dirty, everybody in that place contributed to it.
Exactly.
If you say no, that means you always have to always watch for those people who are violators and call them out. And nobody should come and defend anybody who is a violator. Because when it hits back at your health, Those people that contributed to making that your environment bad will not come and help you to contribute money to get better.
Yes, especially those that know how to ask. Do you know who I am? It's high time we stop the who are you? Do you know who I am in Lagos? Now, the bigger message is this. You know, like we always say, the bigger message every day is this. African cities, not just Nigeria now, all African cities have the potential to be climate leaders, not just victims of climate change. So, Addis Ababa is a proof that even with limited resources, cities can take innovative, homegrown actions that protect the environment and improve life for their people. So you see, it is not just about some set of persons. It is everything.
It's a question of all hands being on deck.
A very big thank you to you for joining us on today's show. We appreciate your time. A very big thank you to our guest, Tibebu Afesa. Thank you so much for your time. And Emmanuel.
I do look forward to a cleaner environment, better air quality, and all of us playing our part to ensure that where we live is suitable for human beings, not animals alone. Because we are not in a banana republic.
Exactly. So you can follow us on all our social media platforms at Sook News Television. Please like, share, comment, subscribe, and of course, we'll read your comments during the live show. My name is Omevi Idolo. See you next time.
When Emeke talks about black gold, he isn't referring to oil. He buys it in sacks, not barrels. He sells it from a metal shack to customers in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital. Charcoal is big business in Africa. He says there's enough money in the charcoal trade to make the wealthy envious in several African countries. Charcoal has fueled Africa's urbanization. It is energy dense and difficult to regulate, much like the cities it powers. Despite concerns about pollution, deforestation, and illicit money flows, charcoal remains indispensable. In this special report, written by Bayo Olaoye, he explored the value of Africa's charcoal economy, estimated to be worth billions of dollars, and assesses its viability. Nearly 200 million Africans cook primarily with charcoal, including 27% of urban dwellers. That share has grown since 1960, replacing much of its previous reliance on firewood. If there's been an African energy transition, it has been from one type of wood fuel to another. Charcoal's appeal lies in its convenience. By weight, it contains nearly twice as much energy as the wood it's derived from, making it easier to transport and ideal for megacities with fragile infrastructure. In Kinshasa, a Congolese metropolis of 18 million people, almost everyone cooks with it. Never before have cities grown so large while relying so heavily on wood-based fuel. In rural Africa, tens of millions of people make charcoal using earth kilns, outnumbering the world's coal miners. The process involves heating wood under low oxygen conditions to remove moisture and volatile gases. Logs and branches are stacked in a pile, covered with grass and soil, and burned for several days. This yields 1 to 2 tons of charcoal from 10 tons of dry wood. The process emits more carbon than simply burning the wood. Much of the raw wood is free, harvested from farmers' own land or from forests. Many charcoal producers are farmers selling to traders when in need of cash. Others are entrepreneurs who bring in work teams, distribute chainsaws, and pay off landowners or local chiefs. Locals often complain about outsiders cutting down their trees. In Kenya and Uganda, vigilantes have even attacked charcoal trucks. Africa's charcoal trade is estimated to be worth tens of billions of dollars, possibly more than the continent earns from cocoa or coffee. The money trail often leads to soldiers or government officials. The United Nations Security Council banned charcoal exports from Somalia because jihadists were earning millions by exporting it to the Gulf, where shisha smokers prize the aroma of acacia wood. Charcoal production leaves destruction in its wake. In Mozambique's Mabalane district, 2/3 of the woodland was affected by charcoal harvesting in the decade leading to 2018, according to one study. To mitigate the damage, governments oscillate between legalizing the trade through licensing and forest management and banning it outright. Sudden bans, however, often fuel a black market. Enforcement becomes a chaotic negotiation involving traders, officials, police, soldiers, and local communities. Lorry drivers move at night and pay bribes to checkpoints. In Uganda, where charcoal production is banned, it's smuggled across the border and transported under official seals from South Sudan. Other policies promote clean cooking. Liquid petroleum gas, LPG, which burns cleaner than charcoal, is exempted from VAT in Kenya. Some companies have introduced metered gas canisters so consumers can pay as they go, easing upfront costs. Today, more than half of urban Kenyans use LPG as their main cooking fuel. Bond Manufacturing, a company known for efficient stoves, has stopped selling its charcoal models and now promotes electric stoves subsidized by carbon credits. Experts say charcoal is on the decline in Kenya, though it remains prevalent in countries like Madagascar and Zambia, where alternatives are limited. Phasing out charcoal will have economic consequences. The trade is informal and decentralized, while gas is distributed through large firms and creates fewer jobs. Charcoal provides roughly 275 workdays per terajoule consumed, compared with 95 for electricity and 15 for LPG. Gas imports also strained foreign currency reserves. For now, most consumers juggle multiple energy sources. Charcoal production in Africa is still growing at about 2% annually. But one thing is clear: as long as there is the ghetto, there will always be charcoal. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Souk News TV.
We're going to have increase in the number of facilities that we would visit in the year 2025 by 30%. We would have improved compliance and enhancement of data-driven decision making using data analytics. We're going to strengthen collaboration between our partners, and we're going to have 25% increase in our compliance rates by carrying out the key strategies. We want to expand our monitoring coverage. We want to enhance our digital infrastructure by integrating a secure online pathway. We also want to include the e-learning platform and our mobile platforms on the digital infrastructure. We want to strengthen our community engagement and build capacity of both the farmer staff and our partners. We want to drive innovation and research. This year, we want to carry out research on quality of care. In doing all of this, we want to make the health facilities in Lagos safer by leveraging on technology and ensuring that all our processes are data-driven. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Onoriede, Dr. Niboshino, Dr. Veronica Iwayemi, and Dr. Abiola Idowu. Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Salako. Taking us further in the comparative study, I want to especially welcome a professor and consultant medical parasitologist at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. He coordinates the International Malaria Microscopy, RDT Quality Assurance Center, as well as the country's World Health Organization malaria specimen collection sites in the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for Professor Wellington Oyibo for the very short comparative study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, Executive Governor of Lagos State, the Honorable Minister of Health, here represented here by the Minister of State for Health, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, this is historic for us. This is a path we have planned, prayed for, and we are happy that this is happening. Mr. Governor, thank you for all and for making this happen myself. I'm so happy and grateful to the Honorable Commissioner of Health. He has told the story. So I'm going to build on those stories as I make this presentation. I don't have much time. And part of the whole thing is the advances that Lagos has made for over 2 decades. The world is hearing it, and the signature of this project through the impact project itself, which is calibrated around the impacts that this project will be again for Lagos State. My slide, please. So what we know about malaria, in the 15th century, why was it called malaria? It was called malaria because the cause of that fever illness was not known. And it was connected to marshy waters. So malaria in Greek is foul. And that was all they could do. And it took some another 100 years before it was connected to mosquito bites. And today we are talking about fever and say all fevers are malaria. So are we going to the 15th century? And this is what we're trying to really unbundle in Lagos. It's still over 50 million people. My slides. So if fever is still malaria, we go back to the 15th century. And then, of course, for evidence base, meant that we will have to quickly provide the evidence. Can I have the slide up? Yes. So the Honorable let me just pull it out from here. So I've given this background. Most health workers will not accept the test results when it's negative. And that's the challenge. Next slide, please. Okay, and if you don't have data, which we are talking about digitization, you cannot calibrate where you are. And so if we look at the entire program and the plan of the projects, is to see that real-time data is available and that tests are done. And when the test is done, we can say quickly, cost-effectively, this is where we are. Because you can rely on routine data. The country do not have quality data, and that's the challenge. Next slide. So low confidence in the test. Basic things are being used. Lagos is making progress. How do we handle this? 94 to 96% of the reporting for malaria in the DHIS that categorizes states and Nigeria comes from the primary healthcare center and this from the public sector. It's important to recognize this. Next slide. And we're bringing this on board because we provide the quality platform for quality diagnosis at the College of Medicine. Next slide. And we do all of this carefully to ensure that these tests are good to be used for humans. Next slide. And what is known? Please just keep on going on the slide because I'll just go through them. There are changes in Nigeria in terms of malaria epidemiology. Next slide. And then we see from the 2021 malaria indicator survey where Lagos is next month. And you can see where we are here at 2.6% hopeful. And next month, good progress. And we're talking about the path for pre-elimination. We are on that path, and we are happy that this is being mentioned here today, and like I said, this signature, and in line with the stratification strategy and subnational tailoring by WHO. So we are quite on course on this. Next slide. And then you can see the different tests available. You can keep on hitting enter. You have microscopy that is powered by a human being. And then you have this rapid diagnostic test that is technology. But somehow we refuse to accept technology and we stay with humans with all the challenges. So that's what you see with microscopy. Just keep on pressing enter and all of this. And this is the test 15 minutes. The result is out. The other one will take any time. It will be 1 day. And then based on that, we have done the scoping assessment of facility in Lagos.
Recent times, cosmetic clinics. So we're finding it difficult. We have limited capacity to ensure monitoring of these facilities. We also have inefficient manual processes because our digital platform is unable to carry out some of the processes in the agency. We're sitting on a lot of data in the agency.
With AI to make sure that the test is actually having the results that the pharmacy or PPMD says it does. We then verify that the treatment, the appropriate treatment. And then in the impact program, we to the public health system for malaria-negative patients to ensure that they're getting the proper diagnosis that they need and have a better understanding of what other febrile illnesses patients might have. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'll just talk briefly about all of the other partners that are working on this as well. So we are working closely, of course, with the Lagos State Ministry of Health, which envisioned this work and brought us in to support on this, with NMEP, which is overseeing the work and providing technical oversight, with WHO, which is providing, again, technical support and facilitation, and then importantly with our private sector partners as well, so PCN, which is doing quite a bit of the regulatory oversight and ensuring the quality of care in a pharmacy setting, with SFH, which is enabling the supply chain, and then of course with LASHMA, which is to go quickly into the final results on why this is improved quality of care. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So the work is providing network expansion, innovative financing, integrated health systems, supply chain resilience, comparative research, and regulatory reform, leveraging all of these different partners that we've mentioned to ensure that patients are able to access quality care and that the data is being provided back to Lagos State to help improve regulatory support, policy, and other things. I mentioned the partners that we have here already, but we're very grateful for all of the work that they are providing to ensure that there's quality of care in the private sector. And then finally, one final slide. To reinforce what Dr. Wellington said earlier, the work that is being done is also to be supporting with testing, understanding the difference between rapid tests and microscopy, to support on policy reform to ensure that rapid tests are always done before treatment for malaria in Lagos State. Thank you all so much, and we're very excited to be a part of this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jessica Vernon, the CEO, by Shemets. Ladies and gentlemen, taking us further, Dr. Nina Ogunlafo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, sir. We're very happy that this is happening today. So just permit me to do something unique in terms of our focus for malaria control in Nigeria. To do this, I will call on Dr. Dao, Country Director for Volta. Vicky, we're going to have the Honorable Minister interested for malaria. Honorable Minister, please. Thank you very much. This is showcasing the main focus for malaria control in Nigeria, which we refer to as the 3 T's. Your Excellency, the first T stands for tests. We cannot overemphasize or we cannot underscore the importance of that. The second T, sir, is for treatment. Cannot have His Excellency and the Minister of Health standing for long, so once we take their samples, we're going to have them seated again. So can I have Dr. Walter on stage to come and quality check what is happening, sir, please? Thank you very much.
We are witnessing leadership by example. Leadership by example by Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, as well as the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Salako. Please, let's appreciate them. That is the way to go for every one of us all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. So again, this is the way to go for malaria control program in Nigeria. The pre-elimination in Nigeria could commence in phases. We could commence pre-elimination in Nigeria in phases. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you. So back to the fourth bullet on my slide. Your Excellencies, pre-elimination in Nigeria could be commenced in phases. It could start with the states, Lagos State, for example, and we could go geopolitical zones. So I was sitting with my sister, the Commissioner of Health from Ogun State. So the fever for pre-elimination have started. So I also want to say that it stands on Lagos State to make sure that this pathway for pre-elimination is properly done. The National Malaria Elimination Program is waiting to take the experiences and the processes that Lagos will use to achieve elimination to be replicated in other states. Your Excellencies, it's important to note that right now we have a couple of states under 10% prevalence in the country, and those states are Anambra, Kwara, and Rivers State. So what is happening in Lagos that has been flagged off today, it's like NMEP, it's poised to take what these processes and experiences are to states like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma. Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, sir, Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, who has been ably represented here today by the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Adekunle Salako. A round of applause for him, please.
Your Excellency, the excellent Governor of the Center of Excellence, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu. I must recognize my brother, who is one who has summoned all of us here today, the Honorable Commissioner for Health for Lagos State. All members of the Lagos State Cabinet here present, our partners, WHO, World Bank, distinguished stakeholders in the health sector, gentlemen of the press. Because of time, let me say all protocols to be extended. We cannot give the governor for malaria alone. He has to attend to water, to road, to several other things. So I will shorten my speech, but I must say that today I'm wearing two caps. You may not see it physically. I'm standing in for myself and also standing in for my brother, the coordinating minister for health and social welfare, Professor Pate, who is unable to attend because of other assignments. I am most delighted to be at this auspicious occasion of the launch of the Pathway to Malaria Pre-Elimination and Digitization Program in the Center of Excellence, Lagos State, led by His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I recall that Lagos State pioneered intensive malaria case management in the early 2000s through the Eco-Free Malaria Initiative, under the leadership of now our President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the then Governor. I am most delighted to be here today to be part of another pioneer initiative now under Governor Babatunde Sanwo-Olu as Lagos State takes the lead in the agenda to end malaria by 2030. Your Excellency, the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare is elated with this giant stride, which aims to improve malaria diagnosis, case management, and accurate tracking of cases through the integration of digital health solutions in the form of real-time electronic reporting systems, all targeted at further reduction in the burden of malaria and its eventual elimination from our land. This momentous project will not only set a track for malaria pre-elimination in Lagos State, but in Nigeria at large, thereby once again making Lagos State a trailblazer. I want to emphasize that this project is in line with the renewable agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the renewed vigor for the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare on the Rethinking Malaria concept that was launched in April 2024 and is aimed at fast-tracking the malaria elimination goal through strategic shifts. We have continued to make progress in this regard, and the inauguration of the advisory on malaria elimination in Nigeria, AMEN, the development of pragmatic costed plan of action, the expansion of permanent healthcare facilities, training of frontline health workers, and the initiation of domestication of affordable medicine facility for malaria to make malaria treatment more affordable are all testament to the progress we are making. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry is taking these steps in order to reverse the undesirable trend of being the highest burden malaria endemic country globally, accounting for 27% and 31% of cases and deaths, respectively. I am confident that the Lagos State possesses the needed attributes that can help drive Nigeria to malaria elimination through such case-setting initiatives like this program. Furthermore, Lagos has been consistently the lowest malaria prevalence state in Nigeria, as evidenced from all the malaria indicator survey conducted in the country, with the most recent result in 2021 showing 2% prevalence, hence indicating a tendency of attaining pre-elimination when concerted and consolidated efforts are put in place. I wish to report that the challenge of let me use this opportunity to call on all stakeholders not to relent on their support towards this impactful intervention, which will contribute significantly to the drive at eliminating malaria from the world. Nigeria is ever committed to this drive and will continue to toe the path of global best practices. I wish to assure all Nigerians and our partners that the change in the policy of the United States government with respect to global health funding will not adversely affect our malaria elimination programs and other public health initiatives, as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has approved a robust mechanism to ensure adequate and cost-effective funding for our public health programs. I call on all state governments to join hands with the federal government to ensure that our country becomes self-sustaining in the funding of our public health programs. Before I end this address, let me commend once again and appreciate His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and his health team, led by Professor Akin Abayomi, for initiating and executing this laudable innovative project. I wish to also sincerely appreciate all the partners, World Bank, WHO, all the implementers, especially for providing the needed human resources, technical support, and the funding for the implementation of this initiative. I wish all of us a successful launch of this impactful project as a springboard for the elimination of malaria from our country. Thank you, and God bless the federal government.
Distinguished invited guests, Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister of State, have your results. To say that Honorable Minister of State, we will not be confining you in a bed in Lagos. Your result is negative. When patients go to clinics and the doctors tell you that they've performed a test, it is your responsibility as a patient to see the test. Please ask for the test and take a picture of it and have a record on your phone. My governor, the Excellency of Lagos State, I'm pleased to tell you that you may continue with your duties.
Congratulations, sir.
Negative, in line with the low prevalence of malaria in Lagos as well. Chart a course to pre-elimination. Thank you very much for your support, both the Honorable Minister and our Governor and members of the Lagos State Executive Council. Mr. Governor, if you would like to approach the podium to give your keynote and to launch a pathway to malaria elimination in Lagos.
Practitioner himself and a strong politician, Dr. Isiaka Adekunle. Thank you very much for finding out. members of the Executive Council, especially Professor Akin Abayomi, and Special Advisor on Health. Thank you very much. Other cabinet members, all the permanent secretaries in the health ministry, and several of you that are here. Thank you very much for taking our time. The country director for the World Bank, Dr. Diop, the country representative for the WHO, Dr. Walter, all of our partners that are here, MyShamed, Impact, SFH, the National Malaria Organization, our friends from our neighboring state, the Honorable Commissioner for Health in Ogun State, thank you. All of our health practitioners, stakeholders that are here, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. When you are asked to come forward and conduct a test that you did not prior psych yourself for, what will happen is you quickly raise, your brain will raise back and say, have I been feeling unwell? What is going to happen? It just brought us back 5 years during COVID, and they said that they're going to do a COVID test. It was like, the heart was going to open and you don't know what will be the outcome. But you see, it's an important activity that we need to continue to subject ourselves to. You might think it's a simple thing, but it's so important. And that ability for you to come forward, if it has turned positive, what it will have just meant is that we need to make a treatment. It's not a death penalty, but it's really just for all of us to know that we need to do this thing and we need to be able to come forward transparently at all times and let us end all of these things that we don't want again in our sight. Thank you very much. And so it's an honor that I stand before all of you in this room are very strategic to launch the first in the country, another Lagos first, the pathway to malaria pre-elimination and digitalization program. We're here to affirm our commitment to safeguarding lives and the livelihood of every Lagosian. Malaria is more than a disease. It's a social-economic burden that has held back individuals, it has held back families and communities for such a long time. It robs us of our productivity, it drains us of our household incomes. And for many households in Lagos, especially those modest earners, malaria, the name alone brings shivers. It reduces their earning and reduces their ability to continue to earn more for their family. And so this financial strain often affects families and a lot of times causes heartbreaks and the rest of it. But we're here to put a stop or to even bring a voice to the step at which we want to eliminate that completely. It has affected school children from going to school, it has affected businesses, it has seen a whole lot of absenteeism and a lot of challenges in our society for several decades. But today, we have to change all of that narrative. The eradication of malaria is not just a good health news, it is indeed an economic imperative. It's a good news that all of us must beat our chest and be able to carry, if there's a pin, that we need to have, a pre-elimination, the campaign for it, we need to have it and we need to be able to dot it everywhere. We know from statistics how much malaria has cost our GDP, billions and billions of dollars. Imagine what Lagos could achieve with a lot of resources if we're able to eliminate all of this. We no longer have to choose between survival and opportunity. Imagine a Lagos where every child can attend school uninterrupted because of ill health, or an adult can contribute fully to the economy. And one thing that is instructive was the demonstration of the slide by Professor Akin, and I saw others as well. I can see that Prof already has a side job in animation and cartooning. it's a job that he can conveniently retire into. And the narratives were very clear. But the message was very, very transparently done. And all of us, in one form or the other, are guilty of this. You feel unwell, you think you have a fever, the next thing is you are diagnosing yourself with malaria. Very easy. Just give me injection. Just give me this tablet. I know what it is. We are all, self-diagnosing ourselves and self-telling ourselves that that is what it can only be and that is what it is. So just give us. But we can see that with knowledge and with communication, a lot of all of those negative things you can rewrite them. And so this program represents a hope rooted on innovation, collaboration, and determination by leveraging digital tools that will ensure that every malaria case is tracked in real time. This is digital. Long are those days when you need to take a whole full blood from your body to just do a simple malaria test. I was asking for my bottle of Mortina because those days when they take your blood test, you must replenish it with a bottle of Mortina. But you can see that with just a small prick, and in no time you can actually. That's what digital life, has done. And so it has helped us by strengthening partnership with the private sector. We will expand access for quality care. It will help communities to have the knowledge and resources. It will build a culture of preventing that leaves no one behind. And that's a message we need to come out of from here. All of us sitting in this room must immediately turn ourselves into an advocate, into a cheerleader to be able to carry this message forward, to be able to tell everybody that needs to know. Go into our communities, pass on this message that this pre-elimination launch program has started, and it's for all of us to see it, to buy into it, and to work with it. The benefit of eradicating malaria goes beyond just health. The malaria-free Lagos, and indeed in future, the malaria-free Nigeria is achievable in our time, and we've all put our minds to it. It's something that could be done. We believe that if we can eliminate it, it will increase productivity, it will improve educational outcomes from our children, it will reduce considerably our health costs. It would also enhance quality of life. All of these points speaks to a better livability standards, in all indices. And so this vision, though ambitious, I believe is achievable. It's because, therefore, all of us, government agencies, healthcare practitioners, healthcare providers, community leaders, development partners, and indeed all citizens, to work together with an unwavering resolve. Success will not come overnight, but will be sustained effort and collaborative action. We will prevail. You saw the slides that a farmer and the lady on malaria and the lady on immunization. You saw the statistics between January and February, what the run rate should be. Yes, we will say that, this is just March, but we need to be able to double those numbers. We need to push those numbers to be able to achieve the 2025 target. We need to be able to push and achieve, because there is no magic to it. If your target is 2 million, and at the end of February, we are still doing less than 200,000. We are doing far, far less. So you need to double, your spike shoots. You need to work harder, twice as fast, twice as much for you to achieve the 2025 record. And Doctor told us, Prof told us from WHO that it's 2025. They are going to close the envelope. Hello? Yes, they said they are going to close it. And there's a 20, where is it? I thought it was. They're going to close it. Our target is that we'll have to take that $20 million. We'll have to do everything to make sure that we take we'll meet the criteria very, very quickly. Because if it's something that we've all said we want to do, then everybody must be on the same page. I want to commend the farmer and all the ladies that came forward transparently to show us those data. And what we need to do is we don't need to wait in October before we now cry. We need to be able to track this thing on a month-on-month basis. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank our partners, the World Health Organization, the World Bank, the National Malaria Elimination Program. Our community pharmacists are here. All of our pharmaceutical associations are here. Thank you very much. Our various private and public hospitals, and all of you that are here for your valuable support and making this initiative possible. Of course, permit me to thank in absentia our very hardworking Honorable Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Al-Pate. Our best regards and our best wishes to him. We know all of the things that he has brought about in his tenure as the Honorable Minister of Health. We wish him well. We are also tracking and monitoring, is all of the deliverables so that we can say at the end of the day, in your time, you did all of this. And to also thank the Honorable Minister of State for cooperating and operations with the Honorable Minister. We believe that if you do all of these things and you do them well, your time, your time in that ministry will be written in gold, and Nigerians will forever be grateful because we know that you are pushing everything to ensure that we save over 1 million lives, and you are doing so many things, so many big health initiatives. I want to wish you well. To Dr. Diop, our country director for the World Bank, thank you for your invaluable support at all times, funding your technical assistance. We believe it will continue to catalyze our health initiative. To our country director on the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Mr. Uche, whose organization's investment has been pivotal to malaria control. We say a big thank you. Dr. Walter, our WHO country representative, we believe that your expertise and your advocacy capacity has helped us to push this forward. Thank you very, very much. To all of our partners, Marshall, Mets, who I met last week, I did promise, I said I'll be here in person. And to all of our other partners, please, let's see this as a start to work. It's only when we achieve what we have set for ourselves that we have done the job. They don't pay people for attempts. They pay people for results. And it's the result that is important. It's the result that takes us to that final praising point in which we all can say that, yes, we've done our best, we've contributed what we've needed, and we've seen the results. And I believe that we have everything to make it work. We believe we have all it takes to eliminate malaria completely in Lagos State. I want to congratulate our own Ministry of Health. Congratulating ourselves is telling you that you have a lot more to do, Prof, and all of you. But I will be watching, and I will do everything to continue to encourage you. And as a demonstration of that encouragement, I was whispering to Prof that I will also do something different. I will be promoting Dr. Idu as a permanent secretary. Clapping means that she's going to work twice as much. All the very big hard work she's doing. To my fellow Lagosians, fight belongs to each of us. Let us embrace a preventive measure like eliminating mosquitoes, adapt, test before treatment. And I think that is the message we need to take away. All of our pharmaceutical establishments ensure that we can pass this message. Test before treatment. It is so important that we do not just take this for granted. Let us ensure that we can take this advocacy into our communities, into our nooks and crannies, and show truly that once we have started this campaign in Lagos, go around every part of the city. We can rewrite the history of malaria in Lagos, and it is in our hand. It's all of us in this room that can help. I want to wish you all the very best, and I believe that when we work together, there's absolutely nothing that we cannot achieve together. Thank you very much.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I please your indulgence, Councillor President?
I really didn't like her. She was frowning her face one day. She was between her eye and her eye. this pre-examination launch of malaria from Lagos State. Pathway to Malaria Pre-Evaluation and Sterilization Program in Lagos. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I crave your indulgence to quickly invite this Honorable Commissioner for Health, Special Advisor on Health and Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, to join you for the first photo op.
And as soon as we are done, also we are inviting all the permanent secretaries in Lagos State to join the executive governor, actors from the Federal Ministry of Health, all the directors that have accompanied the Minister of State for Health, all the directors in the Federal Ministry.
At the heart of a strong currency lies a simple principle. The demand for local goods drives production, creates jobs, reduces reliance on imports, and ultimately stabilizes the exchange rate. Countries like Rwanda, South Africa, and Egypt have achieved remarkable success by investing in their own industries. Rwanda has built a textile industry that competes with foreign imports. South Africa has developed a powerful automobile sector, and Egypt has excelled in agribusiness exports. These nations have strengthened their currencies by prioritizing local production, consumption, and exports. Nigeria, with its vast resources, stands at the threshold of a similar transformation. When Nigerians buy locally made products fewer dollars flow out of the country for imports, preserving foreign exchange reserves. As local industries become more competitive, they can also expand exports, particularly under the African Continental Free Trade Area, bringing in foreign exchange and strengthening the naira. In 2022, Nigeria spent over $9 billion on food imports. If just half of that had been directed towards locally made goods, it could have significantly reduced pressure on the naira. The key lies in industries with the potential to drive economic growth: agro-processing, textiles, automotive, technology, and leather goods. Nigeria is already a leader in agriculture, but to fully benefit, the country needs to move beyond exporting raw commodities to processed goods. Products like cashew nuts, shea butter, palm oil derivatives, and hibiscus flowers command higher prices internationally. Ghana earns about $2 billion annually from cocoa processing, while Nigeria's cocoa exports lag far behind. With investment in food processing plants and the branding of agricultural exports as premium African products, Nigeria can bridge this gap, reduce reliance on European imports, and tap into Africa's fast-growing middle class. The Nigerian fashion industry has also gained global recognition, but the country still imports billions of dollars in textiles. In 2021, Nigeria imported over $4 billion worth of textiles, while Ethiopia, using local cotton, earned $110 million from garment exports. By boosting local textile manufacturing and using Nigerian cotton, Nigeria could reclaim a significant share of the $15 billion Africa fashion industry, positioning cities like Lagos, Aba, and Kano as textile hubs. Nigeria's automobile sector also presents an opportunity. The country spends over $8 billion annually on vehicle imports. In contrast, South Africa's automotive sector contributes over $12 billion to its GDP and employs more than 100,000 people. By implementing policies that support local vehicle assembly and production, Nigeria can reduce import dependency, create jobs, and become the region's automobile hub. Nigeria's tech ecosystem, home to fintech giants like Flutterwave and Paystack, is already Africa's largest. If Nigerians prioritize homegrown software solutions, the country can reduce capital flight and strengthen its tech industry, making Nigeria a global player in technology. The leather industry, particularly in Kano, also holds significant potential. While Nigeria produces some of the finest leather in Africa, much of it is exported as raw material. If we focus on producing high-end leather goods like handbags, shoes, and belts, Nigeria can meet local demand and expand exports. Ethiopia's leather exports exceeded $133 million in 2022, while Nigeria's remained under $50 million. By branding and exporting premium leather products, Nigeria can become Africa's leather capital, boosting the naira through increased foreign exchange earnings. To strengthen the naira, Nigeria must prioritize investments in infrastructure, improve product standards, enhance branding, and implement policies that favor local manufacturers. Consumers must also consciously choose locally made products to create jobs and drive industrial growth. The success stories of Ghana, South Africa, and Ethiopia show that this strategy works. It is time for Nigeria to invest in and promote made in Nigeria goods, solidifying and strengthening the naira for a more self-sustaining and prosperous economy.
world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November, 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Centreforce Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain. Him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage seaports at Ababa, Ababa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Sterling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004. Was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced the move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance. And in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Girigu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercurial Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Girigu Power PLC. Girigu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Girigu Power, sold down a Girigu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions.
Hello and welcome to World News on Silk News Television. I am Olumide Shokoya. Let's begin with today's top stories. Federal government unveils plans to boost oil output to 3 million barrels per day and gas output to 12 billion cubic feet by 2030. Federal government moves to stop foreign airlines from selling tickets in dollars. South Africa's manufacturing confidence dips on weak demand and exports. China boosts soybeans import from Brazil as price drops and trade hopes rise. And in the world of sports, Confederation of African Football to deploy VAR in 2026 World Cup Africa playoffs. The federal government has rolled out a bold action plan to increase Nigeria's crude oil output production to 3 million barrels per day and expand gas output to 12 billion cubic feet daily by 2030. The initiative was announced following key resolutions adopted at the NOG Energy Week 2025 in Abuja, held at Bola Ahmed International Conference Center. The conference brought together over 6,000 energy professionals, 250 exhibiting companies, and more than 125 expert speakers from around the world. The event offered a strategic platform for dialogue, collaboration, and knowledge sharing across the oil and gas sector. Government officials, industry executives, and investors used the forum to explore partnerships that could strengthen local capacity, accelerate technological adoption, and drive energy independence. The action plan underscores Nigeria's commitment to maximizing its hydrocarbon potentials while promoting sustainable growth and attracting both local and foreign investment into the nation's energy sector. The Petrol and Petroleum Product Marketers Association of Nigeria, DAPMAN, has described the 650,000 barrels per day Dangote refinery as a historic milestone towards ending Nigeria's reliance on fuel import. The association, however, cautioned the weak infrastructure that could limit the refinery's transformative impact. DAPMAN chairperson, Mrs. Moroti Adeyinka, highlighted the urgency of addressing the nation's aging petroleum pipelines, inefficient port, and other infrastructure gaps. She stressed that without significant improvement, the refinery's capacity might not fully translate into reduced import dependency or stabilized fuel supply. Adeyinka, represented by Mrs. Ngozi Ekoma, Group Managing Director of Nepal Energies Limited, made the remarks during the Oil Africa Downstream Week 2025. She delivered a paper titled Trade and Infrastructure Challenges in Nigeria's Downstream Sector, appealing to the government and key stakeholders to prioritize infrastructure upgrades to ensure that Nigeria maximizes benefit of its largest refinery. The Nigeria Railway Corporation, NRC, has announced that the derailment of the Warri-Itakwe train, bringing rail service along the corridor to an immediate halt. The incident occurred just 4 days after the train service resumed. The NRC said in a statement on Sunday that the Warri-Itakwe line had been suspended since August 2nd due to multiple breakdowns and technical issues, with service returning recently. Now, the derailment follows the Kaduna-Abuja train incident on August 26, highlighting ongoing operational challenges in the nation's rail sector. Currently, the Warri-Itakwe route is the longest among Nigeria's 3 modern rail lines, spanning approximately 350 kilometers. The other 2 modern lines include Lagos-Ibadan and Abuja-Kaduna route. The NRC officials are set to release daily details on cause of the derailment or potential restoration timelines for the halted services. The Comptroller General of Customs, Adewale Adeniyi, led a Nigerian Customs Service NCS delegation on a 2-day bilateral visit to the Netherlands aimed at enhancing cooperation in trade facilitation, port efficiency, and border management, held from October 29th to 31st, 2025. The visit involved high-level technical discussions, institutional briefings, and strategic meetings with Dutch customs officials and trade experts. The delegation was warmly received at the Dutch customs headquarters in Rotterdam marking the beginning of a collaborative effort to strengthen operational ties. The visit underscores the commitments of both countries to improve custom processes, facilitating smoother cross-border trade and boosting economic ties through shared expertise and coordinated strategies. The federal government is set to halt the sale of airline tickets in foreign currencies by foreign carriers. The president of the National Association of Nigerian Travel Agencies, NANTA, Yinka Folami, has revealed. Speaking at a cultural and tourism program in Lagos over the weekend, Folami described the practice of cross-border ticket sales in dollars as a crime against the economy, stressing that it undermines the country's foreign exchange reserves and impacts local businesses. He urged swift government action to ensure all airlines selling tickets in Nigeria transact exclusively in Naira, noting that such a move would protect the domestic economy, promote local currency usage, and support the country's broader financial stability goals. Now, Nigeria has initiated talks with the World Bank for a new $1 billion financing facility aimed at stimulating private sector investment, creating jobs, and supporting economic diversification. The initiative reflects the government's commitment to enhancing growth through targeted reforms and strategic funding. The program, known as Nigeria Actions for Investment and Job Acceleration, is structured as a development policy financing (DPF) initiative and is expected to be presented to the World Bank Board on December 16, 2025. It forms part of broader efforts to mobilize international support for Nigeria's economic priorities. Preliminary documents indicate that the proposed $1 billion facility will be evenly split, with $500 million provided as an International Development Association IDA credit and another $500 million as a loan from the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. The drawn structure is designed to provide both concessional financing and development support to drive sustainable investment and inclusive growth across key sectors of Nigeria's economy. The Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, is turning rural connectivity challenges into economic opportunities through a data-driven partnership focused strategy aimed at bridging the country's digital divide. The initiative seeks to accelerate inclusive growth by improving access to telecommunications and digital services in underserved communities. According to the Universal Service Provision Fund, USPF, recent findings from 2024 indicate a reduction in underserved clusters from 97 to 87, covering an estimated population of 23.37 million people. This demonstrates measurable progress in addressing connectivity gaps across Nigeria. The USPS first conducted an ICT cluster gap study in 2013, identifying 207 underserved clusters with about 36.8 million people lacking adequate voice telephony and transport network access. The ongoing efforts by the NCC and its partners are focused on closing these gaps, leveraging data insights and collaborative initiatives to expand digital infrastructure, improve service delivery, and create economic opportunities in rural areas. Still to come, Netherlands announces plan to return a 3,500-year-old Egyptian artifact that surfaced at Dutch Art Fair. We'll take a short break now. More stories to come shortly.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souk Enlightenment.
Welcome back to the World News. Now, South Africa's manufacturing confidence weakened in October as factories grappled with declining domestic demand and sluggish export. The Absa Purchasing Managers Index dropped to 49.2% from 50.8% in September, falling below the neutral 50 mark that separates growth from the contraction. Noted that the decline reflects the fragility of the country's manufacturing recovery, which continues to face persistent structural and external challenges. The survey showed that the business activity fell by 5 points to 49.4, marking the 9th month this year that the production has remained in contraction. Expectations for future business conditions also declined sharply to 46.1, indicating waning optimism among manufacturers. Absa said business confidence remains low as companies navigate high-cost supply chain disruptions and international trade uncertainties. Compounding the sector's struggles, the South African government is still negotiating with the United States to reduce the 30% tariff imposed on its exports in August. Despite ongoing talks, no progress has been achieved, leaving exporters vulnerable and manufacturers' prospects under further strain. The Netherlands has announced plans to return a 3,005-year-old Egyptian sculpture that resurfaced at a Dutch art fair, Prime Minister Doug Schoof said on Sunday. The announcement came during a visit to Egypt where Schoof met with President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. The artifact depicts a senior official from the reign of Pharaoh Thutmose III and is believed to have been stolen and illegally exported, most likely during the unrest of the 2011 Arab Spring. Its appearance on the international market raised concerns about the illicit trade of cultural heritage items. The return of the sculpture reflects ongoing international efforts to repatriate stolen cultural property to their countries of origin. Dutch and Egyptian officials are expected to coordinate the formal handover, highlighting the importance of preserving historical artifacts and strengthening bilateral cultural cooperation. The Reserve Bank of India has resumed intervention in the foreign exchange market as the rupee inches closer to a new low after losing its October stability. The currency, which had managed to hold steady after 5 consecutive months of decline, slipped again to 88.79 against the dollar on Monday, extending losses for the third straight session. Market analysts attribute the renewed pressure to growing uncertainty over potential tariffs on Indian exports to the United States and an unclear outlook for interest rate cuts by United States Federal Reserve. These developments have weakened investor confidence and increased speculative activities against the rupee. The central bank had earlier sold large volumes of dollars to defend the currency, but the impact has proven short-lived. Economists warn that without stronger policy measures or improved trade conditions, India's rupee could remain one of Asia's weakest performing currencies in the coming months. Now, Taiwan representative told the recent APEC summit, Leng Xihan, on Monday dismissed Chinese protests regarding his meeting with Japanese Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi, describing the interaction as very normal for leaders attending the event. China had logged a strong protest with Japan after Takaichi publicly referenced the meeting on her X account and referred to Lin as a senior advisor to the Taiwanese presidential office. The incident highlights ongoing tensions over Taiwan's diplomatic engagement in international forums. Lin emphasized that interactions with other leaders during multilateral summits are routine and in line with standard diplomatic practices. Both Taiwan and Japan reiterated their commitment to constructive dialogue, even as China maintains its objection to official recognition of Taiwanese representatives. Thai Union Public Company Limited, one of the world's leading packaged food producers, has revised its full-year sales outlook downward due to persistent global economic challenges. The company now anticipates annual sales to fall between 2 and 4% compared to last year, a deeper cut from its earlier projection of 1 to 2% decline. According to the company's latest earnings statement released on Monday, the revision was prompted by continued exposure to United States import tariffs and fluctuations in major currency markets, which have weighed on profitability. Thai's union shares dropped dropped by as much as 1.5% in earlier Bangkok trading, reflecting investor concern over the company's near-term performance. Despite a downward revision, Thai Union remains focused on diversifying its export market and optimizing operations to cushion against global headwinds. An analyst suggests that the company's long-term fundamentals remain strong, driven by steady demand for seafood products and innovation in sustainable food production. The United Arab Emirates has reaffirmed confidence in global oil demand, dismissing concerns of potential oversupply after OPEC Plus agreed to pause output increases for the first quarter of 2026. Energy Minister Suhail Al-Mazuri stated that the global consumption remains strong, indicating continued market balance. Speaking at the ADIPEC conference in Abu Dhabi, Al-Mazuri noted that oil demand growth is driving stability across the sector, with OPEC Plus maintaining a cautious yet confident production approach. He added that the alliance's strategy aligns with the need to ensure both energy security and market equilibrium. The production pause is seen as a stabilizing measure amid ongoing geopolitical uncertainty and fluctuating prices. Analysts say the move will support price resilience while allowing producers to adjust to evolving global consumption patterns. Now, Japanese Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi on Saturday confirmed that she has no plans to renegotiate the $550 billion investment package agreed with the United States. Speaking to reporters after a week of diplomatic engagement, including a summit with U.S. President Donald Trump, Takaichi emphasized that commitments made between the governments should remain binding regardless of leadership changes. She also believes that even if the Prime Minister changes, promises made between governments should not be altered. The confirmation is expected to reassure international investors and maintain stability in bilateral economic relations between Japan and the United States. The deal, which covers significant investments across multiple sectors, underscores ongoing cooperation and long-term strategic partnerships between the two countries. Still to come in the news, Switzerland's inflation rate fell unexpectedly to 0.1% in October, raising new concerns for the Swiss National Bank. More stories to come after the break.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeliji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souk Enlightenment.
The story of Ile-Ife. Ile-Ife, often described as the spiritual heart of the Yoruba people, is not just a city, it is the cradle of identity, civilization, and belief for millions across West Africa. Located in present-day Osun State, Ile-Ife is revered in Yoruba tradition as the place where life began and where the gods descended to create the earth. Archaeological findings, however, suggest the city's origins date back to between the 8th and 11th centuries CE, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited urban centers in sub-Saharan Africa. According to Yoruba mythology, Oduduwa is regarded as the progenitor of the Yoruba race and the first ruler of Ile-Ife. Oral traditions say he founded the kingdom, from which many Yoruba monarchs trace their descent. His legacy symbolizes unity and divine kingship among the Yoruba. Centuries later, under the reign of Obalufon II, believed to have ruled in the 14th century, Ile-Ife experienced a golden era marked by exceptional artistic and technological achievements. This period produced the world-famous Ife bronze and terracotta heads, celebrated for their realism and craftsmanship. Scholars have described these artifacts as evidence of an advanced mythological culture that rivaled any in medieval Europe or Asia. Recent archaeological discoveries at Igbo Olokun, near Ile-Ife, revealed ancient glass bead production sites, one of the earliest in sub-Saharan Africa. The finds, led by researchers such as Professor Addis and Dr. Babalola Abidemi, confirm that the people of Ife were skilled innovators in trade and material science. Beyond its material legacy, Ile-Ife remains a sacred and living symbol of Yoruba spirituality. Its monarch, the Ooni of Ife, is still regarded as a custodian of tradition and a spiritual bridge between the people and their ancestral heritage. According to Bayo Laoye, a veteran journalist with Suk News Television, the story of Ile-Ife is not merely about the past, but about continuity. Ife tells us how knowledge, art, and belief shape the destiny of a people. It is a reminder that civilization in Africa didn't begin with contact from outside. It grew from within. Today, Ile-Ife continues to attract scholars, tourists, and spiritual pilgrims from around the world, all drawn by the enduring mystery of the source. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Suk News TV.
Welcome back. Chinese soybeans importers have increased purchases of Brazilian cargoes as South American prices eased amid expectations that the U.S.-China trade deal could resume U.S. soybean trade. Traders reported that buyers have booked 10 Brazilian soybean cargoes for December shipment and another 10 for March through July. Current South American prices are now trading below offers for U.S. cargoes, making Brazil an attractive alternative for Chinese importers. The uptick in Brazilian purchases reflects shifting market dynamics as buyers hedge against uncertainties in the ongoing U.S.-China trade negotiations. Analysts say the trend could temporarily reduce pressure on the U.S. export while highlighting China's flexibility in sourcing key agricultural commodities to meet domestic demand. Switzerland's inflation rate fell unexpectedly to 0.1% in October, raising new concerns for the Swiss National Bank as it struggles to stimulate price growth and counter strength of the Swiss franc. The latest figure remarks a slowdown from 0.2% in September, defying economists' forecast of a rise to 0.3%. The data released by the Swiss Federal Statistical Office signals a growing challenge for monetary policymakers, and subdued domestic demand and strong currency performance continue to weigh on prices. Analysts note that none of the surveyed economists had anticipated such a low reading, indicating deeper deflationary pressure than previously expected. This unexpected dip could prompt the Swiss National Bank to adopt a more accommodative stance or intervene in currency market to weaken the franc and restore inflation momentum. Market observers now anticipate renewed debate over the timing and scale of potential policy adjustments. Turkey's annual inflation rate dropped to 32.9% in October, reinforcing the central bank's determination to maintain its interest rate reduction strategy. The slowdown from 33.3% in September defied expectations, which had forecast inflation to remain steady at 33.2% date. Now, data from the Turkish Statistical Institute indicated that the decline reflects improved currency stability and the success of fiscal and monetary policies in moderating consumer costs. Analysts say the figures suggest easing inflationary pressures after months of volatility tied to global and domestic factors. Economists believe that the trend will embolden the central bank to sustain gradual rate cuts, supporting economic recovery and industrial output. The development is also expected to strengthen investor confidence as Turkey moves to consolidate price stability and long-term growth. The United States housing sector has slipped into a deeper recession, weighed down by persistently high interest rates, according to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Speaking on a national news program, Bessent warned that the Federal Reserve's tight monetary stance has created distributional problems across the economy, with lower-income households suffering the most from elevated mortgage costs. While the broader economy remains resilient, Bessent noted that the real estate market is stagnating, with pending home sales flat in September as high borrowing costs curb demand. He urged the Federal Reserve to accelerate interest rate cuts, arguing that delayed actions risk worsening downturn in housing and order-sensitive sectors. Federal Reserve officials remain divided on the pace of monetary easing. Governor Stephen Mirin cautioned that prolonged tight policy could itself trigger a recession, reinforcing Bessent's position that the rate reductions are needed to sustain recovery. Analysts say the administration's fiscal discipline has reduced the deficit, supporting a case for looser monetary policy to stabilize growth. In the world of sport, the Confederation of African Football, CAF, has confirmed that video assistant referee VAR technology will be used in the 2026 World Cup Africa playoff set to kick off later this month. Nigeria's Super Eagles will open their campaign against Gabon in the playoff semi-final on Thursday, November 13 in Rabat, Morocco. Having finished second in Group C, Nigeria qualified for the playoffs as one of the best second-place teams in the group stage. The 4-team tournament also features DR Congo and Cameroon. The winner of the Nigeria-Gabon tie will face the victor of the DR Congo-Cameroon semi-final in the final play of March. CAF's introduction of the VAR is aimed at ensuring fairer and more accurate officiating this high-stakes qualification series. Bayern Munich on Sunday reported a record annual turnover of 978.3 million euros for the 2024-2025 season, marking a 2.8% increase compared to the previous year. The club's profit, however, declined to 27.1 million euros, down from 43.1 million euros in 2023 to 2024 and 35.7 million euros the season before. Despite the dip in profit, the strong revenue performance highlights Bayern's continued financial growth and commercial strength during the club's annual general meeting. Members also re-elected Herbert Hainer as president for a third three-year term. Heiner's leadership has been credited with driving Bayern's commercial expansion, global branding, and consistent on-field successes, ensuring the club remains among Europe's elite both financially and competitively. That's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here's a quick recap of today's top stories. Federal government unveils plans to boost oil output to 3 million barrels per day and gas output to 12 billion cubic feet by 2030. Federal government moves to stop foreign airlines from selling tickets in dollars. South Africa's manufacturing confidence dips on weak demand and export. While China's boosts soybeans imports from Brazil as prices drop and trade hopes rise. And in the world of sports, Confederation of African Football to deploy VAR in 2026 World Cup Africa playoffs. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Zook News TV. I am Olumide Shobaya. Thanks for watching.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme, Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols, and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and the federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the at national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the able leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12, Sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that is the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered instead of extension. So in either words, I will just say I really sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo, in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside world, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void, and of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment it is rife and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity, because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate, they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos, and I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop, or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective MDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright. And the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties all the agreements, all the international protocols are being observed to the latter, are being protected and enforced as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across MDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm a Nigerian, I'm a citizen of Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to benefit from its interaction with the international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. When we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues, and also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitators, are very, very excellent. We appreciate them, and it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have ensured so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed. And I also, there are some things I'm taking home. For instance, now, Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties will just go abroad, go on tea party, shopping, but it's not more the case. By what I'm seeing here now, I can see experts, technocrats who know their honors, who take the bull by the horn and do what it's supposed to do. That one has been established. Even our facilitators can attest to that as well. Another thing is that the quality of ideas being shown and being given us here is very, very apt to our situation presently, so that we can apply in our situation in Nigeria. And going forward, if this lesson continues, it's going to impact a lot, because the MDs, many of the MDs are here, even state governments, like Kogi State Government is here, the SSG is here, the Attorney General of Plateau State was also here, and also some top directors in the federal MDA, they are here. So it's a high-class, high-level engagement workshop. We are in a political environment, I must tell you that. But we, technocrats, are supposed to be the advisors and movers of policies. So they don't need to bend. They need to stick to the rule. And also to advise our government, our leaders, that as well as they are making policies, they should also consider the benefits, the interest of the country, not just politics. They should not play politics with it. They should consider the interest of the country first, and also the people. It's an appeal that everybody that has a responsibility to do, either in the public service, or in private sector, in government, do your responsibility as much as you can, in a good faith, in a sincerity. Don't put your personal interests above national interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to make a closing remarks on behalf of His Excellency, the Right Honourable Speaker, 10th National Assembly, Right Honourable Tajudeen Abbas. He has mandated me to deliver this goodwill closing remarks. We appreciate your time, your dedication, and your efforts in trying to attend this program and attentively pay attention to the discourse and the further issue being deliberated here. And it is believed that this message you have learned here, or what you have learned here, will be passed towards your chief executive officers, and at the same time you will guide them achieving the necessary mandates in deciding issues of treaties, publication of treaties, and what have you. So at this juncture, on behalf of the Right Honourable Speaker, we wish you a safe return to your various destinations, and we believe you will pass the message to all other necessary stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Olumorok, Lishabi and the people of Egala, a story of resilience and transformation. Telling the story from afar may not be as beautiful as visiting the historical scene for a more engaging storytelling.
I welcome you to the foot of Olumorok. So climbing the rock is in two ways. Either you go through the panoramic elevator or the stairs, but whichever way you choose to go through, I'm assuring you are going to land at the topmost part of Olumorok safely. So Olumorok is like every other rock you've ever climbed or know about, but it plays an important role in the life of the people of Egba during an intertribal war between the Egba and Oyo Empire.
History and culture are the intertwined thread that shape the identity of a people, offering a glimpse into their past struggles, triumphs, and the rich traditions that continue to define their presence.
So from here we can have a glance view of the immediate environment around Olumorok, because Olumorok is centered at the middle of Abeokuta. But when we get to the topmost part on Olumorok, we are going to have the 360 degree of the view, which means the more you go, the more you see. So I want to encourage you to
Brace up.
Brace up so that we can get to the topmost part of the rock. So let's move.
History is what we bring to you today. What is the connection between Olumorok, Lishabi, and the Egba people? My name is Grace Komolafe, and this is Souk Perspective. Let me take you on an inspiring journey through the history of one of Nigeria's most significant landmarks. Come with me.
I welcome you to the first level on Olumorok.
Thank you.
So this is the first level on the rock. Olumorok is in 3 stages, from the ground floor to the first landing scape. I want to inform you that you have climbed 120 stairs to come this far. Can you give yourself a round of applause for that? And I'm sure you are fit to climb to the topmost part in Olumorok.
I'll try.
That's great to know. So the first level of Olumorok is called Lishabi Garden. Lishabi Garden is named after one of our past warriors called Lishabi Agbungwakala. Lishabi was one of the warriors that fought for Egba to gain their freedoms from old Oyo Empire. It is a natural garden set aside for people to take relaxation after climbing the first level of the rock. Also at this spot, we have 2 trees that we can talk about. The first one is Dongoyaro tree. This is it here. Dongoyaro tree. English call it neem tree. It botanicizes as Adirata indica. If you get from its leaf and cook cassava and drink, it kills malaria. And if you drink from its stick, it clears bad breath from mouth. Also, its name is derived from an Hausa face, which means tall boy, Doko Yaro. This is a flamboyant tree. Its botanic is Dilonis regia. It produces some lump. Look at the branches. If you get from those brown pods, there are some seed inside it. When it dries up, if you tap or shake, give a kind of sound sheke sheke. And that was where the Yoruba derived its name from. That is why we call it pansheke in the Yoruba land. The pot serves as a natural musical rattle for traditional dancers, nursing mother to play with, before the invent of tambourine and some other musical instruments. When we go up on Olumo Rock, we are going to turn and visit all historical places. There are some shrines and worshippers around Olumo Rock. They are not harmful. They are here to showcase our cultural and traditional heritage. So I wish you a pleasant trip as we rock.
Olumo Rock, a striking natural formation rising 137 meters, which is about 450 feet above Abeokuta, Nigeria. It's more than just a tourist attraction. It is a symbol of Egba people's endurance. The story of Olumo Rock begins in the early 19th century when it was identified by the hunter named Adagba. Though details on how Adagba discovered the rock were limited, it is well documented that the Egba people facing oppression under the Oyo Empire sought refuge here.
So this is the cave. This was where the people of Egba took refuge during the war. From that side, there are some dripping water. Some water is to drop from that side. It is tagged the medicinal water of Olumo Rock. Whenever the water is gushing, traditional believers always come to pick from its drop. And they claim it cures so many ailments in the body. But the water is not flowing now because God determines when the water flows. And this grave, that's the resting place of Chief Sonny. The grave of Chief Sonny. Chief Sonny was the OC of Itoko during his lifetime. Olumo Rock is founded between two communities. The entry point of Olumo Rock, where you came in from, is called Ikija, while the backside of Olumo Rock is called Itoko community. And this is a chieftaincy title in the Yoruba land. That is the chief sitting at the left of the king in palace. As we have the Otunba and Osioba, Osi two top position to the king. According to the custom and tradition of Yoruba, when a chief died, they bury the chief either at the front of his house, at his bedroom, or at his backyard. He must never be taken to a cemetery. That was why Baba was buried here. And this rusty roof building is the family house of Chief Sonny. The family has an extension. Baba dies on the 23rd of January 1956. 20 years after his death, government took over this place as a tourist site. That was why government decided to fence the family house so that they will not be blocking up the passage of the tourists. So the people of Egba took refuge here during an intertribal wars. The war started in 1830. Then the people of Egba were under old Oyo Empire. They basically want freedoms and where to settle. That was why they consulted the Oracle for lead. Ifa instructed the Egbas to come and settle there. On their way coming down, they met a man on the road. The name of the man is called Adagba. Adagba was a great hunter farmer. He was the one that discovered Olumo Rock during his hunting process. During those periods, the entire city of Abeokuta was thick forest. Only the powerful ones and the warriors that could come around to do anything and return back home alive. But when the Ifa instructed the Egbas to come, Shodeke, who was one of the founding fathers of Egba land, led the people of Egba down here. And they were here for years. During their stay, they took the natural suspension shape of the rock advantage and built their rooms. The rock is naturally standing. They only took the advantage of the shape and built their room. So the rock served as the roof of the room. 4 of the rooms they built has collapsed, remains only that. Those are the signs of the fallen rooms. That was where they kept wives and children. Men and warriors will surround the rock so that the enemy will not gain access to this place. All these holes we are seeing on the surface of the rock, that was where they do their grindings. Like we use blenders now, Yoruba call it Oluata. So the process of their groundings make the holes deep like this. After the war in 1833, the people of Egba from Ifa could to confirm maybe they should leave this place to go back to where they came from. Ifa told them to keep on dwelling here, that this is where God has put an end to their problems. And that's how they derived the name to the rock, Olufimo. Olufimo means where God put an end to all our tribulations. Ibiti Oluwa fi ogun wàhálà ti dààmú ayé wa mọ̀ sí Olufimo, but people later shorten it to Olumo to gain a very short word. Another meaning to Olumo, Olu in a Yoruba land means God. That's God Almighty. Mo means mode or molded. The people then believe that God benevolently molded the rock for them so that they can take their refuge on that. Oluwa ló mọ̀ fún wa láti fi ṣe ibi ìsádi kúrò lọ́wọ́ ọ̀tá. God molded the rock for our refuge. So when they came out from the rock, others were asking the Egbas of their whereabouts, and they told them, hid ourselves under the rock. Under the rock or beneath the rock in Yoruba means Abe Okuta. And that was how the name got changed from Egba, and they started referring to them as Omo Abe Okuta. Also, the popular city of Abe Okuta started from here. So if you have been anywhere around the town and you have not visited here, you haven't been to Abe Okuta.
The name Olumo is derived from the Yoruba words Olu means God, and Mo meaning molded, signifying God-molded rock. This reflects the deep spiritual connection the Egba have with the rock, seeing it as a divine creation that shaped their destiny. Today, the rock remains not only a historical site, but a place of cultural rituals, including annual sacrifices.
Over here, we have the main shrine of Olumo Rock, the main shrine of the rock. The main shrine is a local temple where the people of Egba worship and make sacrifices to the deities of Olumo Rock. Olumo Rock is an historical monument. It's also a symbol of Egba unity, strength, and unfailing protection. Because under the rock, the people of Egba took refuge during an intertribal war. And after the war, the rock has become a deity. That is why Egba people offer sacrifice to Olumo Rock once in a year with a big black cow. During the festival, only two people have access to enter the shrine. That is why the shrine is always locked. And the two people are the paramount ruler of Egba land, that's Alake of Egba land, and the chief priest. The chief priest is called Abore in the Yoruba land. Other traditional rulers in Abeokuta invited guests, indigenous of Abeokuta, will stay outside to say amen to his prayer. During the festival, the Alake of Egba land will pray for the whole nation. He pray for Egba unity. Also the climbers of Olumo Rock, so that they will not fall. No one has ever fallen while climbing the rock. Also at the shrine, traditional believers always come to make their requests in prayers. When the prayer is answered, those that made pledges while praying will come back to redeem their pledge, ensuring appreciation to Almighty God and to Olumo that interceded for them. That is why we have those feather, blood, and cloth on the face of the shrine. Those are the sign of pledges people have been returning. And the people refer to the rock as Olumo Abelowo, Abelomo, Abeloro, Asadi Mulu Egba. There are 4 traditional rulers in Abeokuta: Alake of Egba land, the paramount ruler of Egba land, Oshilo of Okiono, Agora of Bagora, and Oluwu of Uwu. Traditional believers always come to make their requests in prayers. Maybe they are looking for words, children, or anything in life. So when the prayer is answered, those that make pledges while praying will usually come back with their pledges. That's why we have those feather, blood, and stuff on the face of the shrine. Those are the sign of the pledges. And the people refer to the rock as Olumo Abelowo, Abelomo, Abeloro, Asadi Mulu Egba, meaning a deity you can pray through for words, children, and every other good things in life.
You might be wondering about the historical issues between Oyo and the Egba people. How Oyo to exert control over them. The western region of Nigeria, primarily composed of Yoruba descendants, was dominated by the Oyo Empire, a powerful political entity that rose to prominence around the 15th century. By the 18th century, Oyo had become one of the largest and most influential states in West Africa, known for its sophisticated governance, military strength, and expansive trade networks, controlling neighboring kingdoms, including the Egba. The governance of the Oyo Empire was centralized under the Alafi, the king, who was supported by a council of advisors and provincial governors. This structure enabled the empire to maintain stability and enforce laws across its vast territories. At its peak, Oyo thrived economically through agriculture, trade, and craftsmanship, establishing itself as a vibrant economic hub. However, its involvement in the transatlantic slave trade created significant instability in the region, leading the Egba people to seek independence from Oyo's control. Who is Lishabi? No story about the Egba people is complete without mentioning Lishabi, the legendary warrior whose courage and strategic leadership freed the Egba people from the oppressive dominance of the Oyo Empire. Lishabi heroism is etched deeply in the annals of Yoruba history, as he led a rebellion that broke the chance of subjugation and paved the way for Egba autonomy. Lishabi Agbongbu Akala, a native of Itoku, Abeokuta, was not just a fearless leader, but also a tactician. In the late 18th century, the Egba were subject to heavy taxation and constant exploitation under Oyo's rule. To resist this, Lishabi secretly mobilized a group of Egba farmers and hunters into a covert warrior society called Egbearo, a vital step in organizing the rebellion. With his deep understanding of the terrain and his influence over his people, Lishabi led a series of coordinated guerrilla attacks against Oyo forces stationed in the Egba region. His strategy was not one of open warfare, but a methodical plan to undermine Oyo's authority. By ambushing Oyo tax collectors and military detachments, Lishabi weakened the empire's grip over the Egba. His leadership unified the Egba people, turning their frustration with Oyo into a force for liberation. Following their eventual victory, the Egba people were freed from the oppressive rule. In 1830, this newfound freedom led to the establishment of Abeokuta, meaning under the rock, a city founded under the protective watch of Olumorok. Olumorok provided both a literal and symbolic refuge as it sheltered their people during their struggle for independence. From this safe haven, the Egba built a thriving community rooted in agriculture, trade, and craftsmanship, becoming a key cultural and economic hub in the region. Today, Lishabi Agbongbu Akala's legacy is celebrated not just as a warrior, but as a symbol of unity and resilience. His actions not only ensured the survival of the Egba people, but also contributed to the rich historical and cultural fabric of Abeokuta and the entire Yoruba as a whole. By the mid-19th century, Abeokuta had attracted European missionaries like Thomas Freeman, whose introduction of Western education and Christianity left a lasting influence on the community.
Inscription about the, just a little write-up. The next spot is where we used to have the mamas. So this was one of the water pots they drank from there. Yoruba call it Kokoama. It's for water storage and preservation. Water point, yes, as cold as water from the refrigerator, but it has been cemented for proper preservation. The Yalorisha, they are here as the custodians of the rock, and people do come to them for spiritual consultation and a whole lot more. So this is a crown tree. Crown tree. Yoruba call it Igia Koko. If a king has to be installed, or they want to make a chieftaincy title in a Yoruba land, they pluck from the leaf a way a cocoa to coronate king. But this very one is mainly used for the paramount ruler of this town, Lake of Egala, only for him. And the tree has been growing there for over 250 years. It doesn't grow than this. So it has been. Poster of the Nile study Iyalumo, she's 98 years of age. And this is a poster reflecting the old Iyalumo. She died at the age of 137 years, over 2 years ago now. They have a deity they worship here. They call it Orisha Igu. Orisha Igu. That's the deity that controls longevity. They believe the more they worship, the longer they live. So they have other deities around. One of such is Orisha. Ojubo Baluaye. Baluaye is the deity that controls chickenpox and measles. Yoruba call it Shopono. So if chickenpox or measles striking all over, they do consultation from here. So whatever instruction they got, so once they follow it, everything that comes up will disappear at the go. So that's Ojubo Baluaye right there. And this Ogun, god of iron, the famous god of iron. So we have a baobab tree here. Baobab tree, B-A-O-B-A-B. In the eastern part of Nigeria, they call it Afo-Napunwa. In the northern part, they call it Koka. Here in Southwest, we call it Gioshe. It botanica is Adansonia digitata. The significance of the tree is that traditional believers always come on there to pray for protections. Because there's an adage in the Yoruba land that goes those. Wanipo do ikapa, apa okapa, wado ikai Gioshe, apa okoshe, wado ikakonga, konga oshe binukosi. Meaning there's no way you can wrap your arms around the tree. It is impossible because of its massiveness. That's why traditional believers always come on there to pray for protections. So that's the Gioshe right there. On the floor here we have the faces of the warlord. Those that fought for Egba to gain their liberations. So their memorial sculpture was molded here. And the white share you are seeing there, that's type of money spent in the olden days. Cowrie share, Yoruba call it Oweyo. But now they know it for a fact consultation and traditional decoration. That's the olden days money spent in the olden days. Also they use it for a fact consultation. The ancient route to the peak of Olumo Rock. Before modernization, this is only means of going up the rock. The ancient trail is a natural passage used by the warriors to access the rock.
beacon of history, attracting visitors from all over the world who seek to understand the resilience of the Egba people, showcasing various historical pieces, traditional items, and, on the other hand, the establishment and continuous celebration of the Lishabi festival. In the evolution of the Egba from warriors and hunters to craftsmen, traders, and national leaders, their history illustrates the power of unity and determination. Lumorok continues to tell the story of a people who overcame oppression to build a vibrant, self-sustaining community.
I welcome you to the topmost part in Lumorok. From here you can see almost everywhere in Abeokuta. And the height of the rock is 137 meters above sea level. That's about 449 feet.
This is the rich, unyielding legacy of Olumorok, Lishabi, and the Egba people. A narrative of survival, courage, and transformation. Now you see the connection. You see the missing link. I am Grace Komolafe, and this is Souk Perspective on Souk News Television.
Henry Itauma. I'm from Akwa Ibom State, Eke local government precisely. My primary school at Akwa Ibom Church Primary School, so young Eket, where I grew up in the early 70s. I moved into government secondary school at Eket. I finished my school set in 1981. It was a jolly good experience. Before I moved over to Lagos, where I did my higher school, Federal School of Art and Science, Victoria Island, and from where I took my JAM, then I got admission to study English and literary studies in the great University of Calabar. Growing up was fun, education was fun. We enjoyed the bits of life all we went through there, from primary to secondary school, the dormitory lives, my friends, my colleagues. Coming over to Lagos was quite an experience. My first time in Lagos, arriving after a tortuous journey back then. Went over to VI, studied along with some blue chip children. Federal School of Art and Science then, as it was called, just where you have the law school now. It was quite an experience. And back to University of Calabar, we had quite a drill, the studies of English language and literature. I happen to have specialized in literature, where we did a thorough work on all the spheres of literature, the landscape of literature. We almost exhausted it with key professors and lecturers. Talking about Afro-American literature, Caribbean literature, South African literature, Russian literature, literature of social protest. Then we come back to African literature, where we explored the whole landscape. African literature, African drama, African prose, and storytelling, folk tales, and trickster stories. It was a huge experience that changed my life. And coming over here, finished our youth service, did my youth service in Imo State then. We had respect as corpers. We were well treated. And came over back to Lagos, looking for work in Lagos, 1988, 89. We started a magazine in Lagos here. We call it the Hits magazine. It was tailored after the Right On magazine. It was a music magazine. We started that stuff in Lagos here, and then we couldn't sustain it because of the finances. Luckily for me, I was able to run, got a job with the bank, and then I started a marketing aspect for the bank. From the bank, merchant bank, when the bank went under, I decided to go solo. That brought me to the book industry. I have always have this passion for books, right from my primary school to my secondary school. My mom was a teacher, a successful teacher. We were encouraged to read books. We used to hide ourselves in the libraries, my local government libraries. So when I got admitted to the University of Calabar, all our long vacations, we were always found in the library. Of course, there was no GSM then. The library was our contact space, where we go to the libraries to get information about when the school is going to resume, because apart from news, radio and all that, you may not know when the school is going to resume. But when you meet with your friends, you know, in the library there, we meet with some other undergraduates, Uniben, Nsuka, Ife, some of our friends who were studying there, who came home for long vacations. I mean, we interact with them, and before you know it, we hear, you people are going to resume this, that, and that's how my passion for books get strengthened. When we resume schools, we exchange novels. We look for novels to read. We look for African writers series. We look for Headley Chase. We look for exotic books. We started collecting books. When we finished reading, we shared the books to our friends. We talked about the books, and from there, we were able to explore the world. We sat down in the library and we knew what was happening in the apartheid South Africa. I did so much about the history of South Africa. I read about the Zulu aftermath. I read about the Mau Mau Wars, the challenge of colonialism, the pro-colonial times. I had a good teacher who taught me history in the secondary school, Miss Tooten. He did a yeoman's job. He led us through the whole spectrum of West African history. West African history by Adekunle Aromo Laran. We talked about the Oyo Empire, Songhai Empire, Timbuktu, the Great Mali Empire. You know, all these things stir up our curiosities. And since then, we never departed from books. We have worked in close association with the Institute of Public Analysts of Nigeria, IPAN. These are people that do analysis for products, water analysis, analysis of waste and effluent, radioactive activity, food and drug analysis. We have worked with quality control experts across the industries. We have worked with establishments where they do root crop research. We have worked with the pharmaceutical research industries, medical research bodies, malaria research establishments, cancer research establishment. These people look for us for specialized information in the management of special disease and treatment in oncology. People in the area of traditional medicine, alternative medicine, natural medicine. They look for it. We are partnering with the Nigerian Institute of Science and Technology, Institute of Natural Medicine in Victoria Island, to work with them in the area of the development of herbal medicines in Nigeria. We have books we partner with them to promote. You see, medicinal plants from eastern Nigeria, medicinal plants from the northeast, medicinal plants from the southwest, medicinal plants from the south-south. We market these books for people who want to know. No, we are working now on the production in partnership with relevant institute of the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. We know about the British pharmacopoeia. We know about the American pharmacopoeia, the Japanese pharmacopoeia, and herbology. We are working towards having the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. This is going to be a compendium of materials that talks about medicinal plants of value, medicinal plants that have healing properties. We are working with specialists, pharmacognosy, phytochemists, and by God's grace, this is going to come into fruition. We partner with the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and all kinds of health bodies that we can't even mention. So many of them invite us for their annual conferences, which is rotated across different states in different years across the nation. So we've traveled, and in most of these conferences, you have experts, deans of faculties, heads of departments that reach out to us with informations in books and journals that are relevant for their students and for their practitioners. We don't only market reference books and textbooks in all fields of study, all fields of human endeavor. We also market relevant journals, research journals, peer-reviewed journals in sociology, in psychology, in law, research journals in oncology, in public health, community medicine, in nursing, research journals in nutrition and dietetics, food science, international relations. We partner with the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs in Victoria Island. We have key journals in world affairs, African affairs, and these journals will help them to distribute to all relevant establishments and departments that need it. So it has been a great job, very taxing and exciting. Each book added a new spectrum of learning and knowledge for us. When we got into literature and poetry, we explored a whole lot. When we went into American history, the black history, we read about the nation of Islam. We read about Elijah Muhammad. We knew the struggle they had to go through, racism and all that stuff. And it really inspired us to see what we can do to add value to knowledge. And it has brought us this far. So it's been passion, not really born out of the money and whatever. Of course, when you have value to present, you'll be appreciated in many ways. We have had sundry appreciations from establishments, from institutes across West Africa and beyond. You know, we partner with international publishers all over the world to source cutting-edge materials for our clients. We take pains to go through a lot of materials that come in here. Whether there are new materials or whether there are new, we believe that when you are doing research, it is what is called cross-cultural research. You start from the past and then come to the present. Research in any field, what happened before, where we were before and where we are now, and then we'll look forward. So we have a lot of materials for our clients, and we are on an endless journey of search. When we started this business, we came face to face with HIV. We go after books on HIV and AIDS. We got them across our clients and our readers. As we went further, Ebola came, and we sourced for materials for medical virologists. It's a virus. Clinical virology, we gave the books to them, and they were very happy. We got the materials. We did what is called public health awareness to get people assured that these things are preventable. That is not the end of life. You see, when you have the information, you have the confidence to practice, you are not scared of whatever. Whatever is coming in probably had happened before. All we need is for new information to combat the emerging diseases. There are journals that deal with emerging infectious diseases. We provide these materials for practitioners, and it has served the purpose over the years. The secret of my success has been the impartation of specialist knowledge, tertiary knowledge for professionals. You know, education and learning is a lifelong journey. People talk about continuous professional development. For instance, in the media world and the real estate world, we have partnered with people who are doing media studies. You know, the print media, the electronic media, mass communication as a whole. We have provided a lot of materials for them. So now we have specialists in the media. We have special editors, screenwriters, short story writers, photojournalists, you know, and we provide them these materials. In the real estate world, we have attended conferences of real estate practitioners, providing cutting-edge materials for them in real estate development, information technology, property development, property law. All these materials assist them in the practice of real estate. We have gone far more. We work with people, the QS, quantity surveyors, town planners, environmental managers, people who do environmental audits, environmental impact assessment, you know, space planning. We work with them, you know. And these materials we get from all across the world. If you are practicing in this area and you need materials to improve your services and the value you are creating, you will need us. We have a whole list of experts in different fields that reach us when they have challenges, when they have need for special information to solve specific problems. They reach out to us. They call, yeah, a bookman, all range. We need books in this area. For instance, we had a former Minister of Health, that great woman, Gonja Iwala. She will always call us, look, all range, we need books on international economics. And we used to give her books on international economics. And many other experts like that. We have books for people who are doing radioactive interventions, people who are doing environmental management, people who are doing analysis, food analysts, all over the spectrum. We provide books for them. Food engineering, we give them books on food contaminants, food additives. These are not books to just go to anywhere and get. We have been able to interface with them, Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology. Reading has a tremendous impact and influence on human life. It helps you to appreciate issues, ideas, views, and opinion. It makes you an active participant in intellectual discourse and in intellectual environment. You are not ignorant of what is happening around you. It makes you a leader. Yes, not all readers are leaders, but most impactful leaders are readers. Books will change you. Books will empower you. Books will give you self-confidence. When I sit down with architects and I'm discussing, I talked about landscape architecture. I talked about interior design. They begin to wonder whether I studied architecture. Then I started talking with oncologists, gynecologists, maybe gynecological oncologists. They think that maybe I studied medicine. I didn't do no medicine. I've been able to read some books, interface with them. I have attended their workshops, so many, and I've read their books. Some books that come to me, I try to go through the introduction and the preface. I try to. Books in all areas. You understand? I was looking at the book on anesthesiology, and I found out that no serious surgery could be carried out without an anesthetist. Surgical intervention, is it abdominal surgery? Is it cancer, oncology? You need a professional. These are people that manage the airways. When the patient has been numbed with drugs for the intervention, the surgical experience, maybe for 3, 4, 5 hours, there has to be a resuscitation. And this is the specialist area for anesthetists. Not all doctors can handle that. You are doing cesarean section. You are doing ENT surgery. You need them. So you have a team of doctors that will invariably handle a serious, for instance, at the orthopedic hospital, we want to do amputation. You have the plaster people, you have the hematologist, you have the anesthesiologist, you have the surgeon, who is a very good orthopedic surgeon to handle amputation, whether it's amputation of the legs and all that, because they have to manage, the hematologist will manage the loss of blood, then the anesthetist, then the orthopedic nurse will be there. Then we have the theater nurse will be there. All of them well kitted for the operations. It will look as if they are going to travel to Mars. Safety procedures, management of spills, cleaning, and everything. Then rolling the patients to a special, maybe it's an amenity ward where they are going to keep the person to manage the post-operative procedures and all that. Of course, there are pre-surgical experiences, the tests, the examination, the review and all that before the real process. So these are not things we learned overnight. It has taken a process of time. And we got to know that, oh, this is how the deal is done. resurgence of e-materials, e-books, digital books, and of course, the World Wide Web. It has helped us to access materials easily. But you see, initially people were afraid that with the advent of the e-books and all that, that the textbooks, the physical books, will be phased out. But that is far from the truth. Libraries still get their core texts and materials. They have the sections for the core texts and materials and journals and serials. Then they have the section we call the digital libraries. Polytechnic libraries, university libraries across the countries, they have these sections. But my experience with these digital libraries has been the management of digital libraries, the power situation in Nigeria, and the maintenance culture. Most of the institutions that started with the e-library, they have always come back to complain that these materials, within a short spell of time, because of instability of power. You know, the computers and all the digital infrastructures, they need steady and standby power supplies. Most of them have acquired the solar systems to power these equipments, but truly speaking, it has not been sustainable. Sometimes we had some dubious students vandalize these facilities, and then people always have to fall back on books. With the smartphones now, students can get a lot of materials and all that, and they read, but I can tell you that people who are doing serious research, they come back to us for books. You are doing research, you have to do your references, your bibliography. You have to show evidence, materials you have read, both online and offline. You are doing your doctorate program, master's program, to whatever level. At the level we are now, we believe that we've added value to education, to training, and to teaching. Our next phase now, we're trying to see how we can give back to the society through our interface with like-minded NGOs. We are started our book cafe, all-range book cafe, where we invite people. It's a private library to come and read and study in a relaxed atmosphere, where you can come in and do your book reviews. If you're a writer, you come in and do your book reviews, review your textbooks. Going forward too, we also have our NGO, which we are working on, that borders on environmental management. We call it the Campaign for Sustainable Environment. This is a program we have been running the last 5 years. We are talking about global warming and climate change. We do environmental education.
The world is trying, but trying isn't enough. Nearly every nation backs the SDG, yet half the world can't afford to deliver them. Countries are on board, progress is visible, but with 83% of the targets off the track. Why is it so? The answer isn't just about policies. It's about power, money, and global priorities. As 2030 draws near, the world faces critical moments in the journey towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, with challenges and opportunities unfolding across every region. The 2025 Sustainable Development Report, released by independent experts at the SDG Transformation Center, reveals a mixed global picture. While momentum remains strong, progress is uneven, and time is running out. A decade after the adoption of Agenda 2030, 190 out of 193 UN member states have submitted national reviews detailing their commitment to the SDGs. But despite the enthusiasm, only 17% of the global targets are currently on track to be achieved. East and South Asia remains at the forefront of progress, while countries like Benin, Nepal, Costa Rica, the UAE and Saudi Arabia already made significant gains within their regions. Finland leads globally, topping the SDG index once again. In contrast, the report highlights troubling disparities. Barbados ranks first in support for UN-based multilateralism, while United States ranks last, following its recent withdrawal from both the Paris Climate Agreement and the World Health Organization. From many developing nations, the major hurdle is clear: lack of fiscal space. With half of the world population living in debt-constrained economies, the ability to invest in health, education, clean energy, and infrastructure is limited. Yet, there is hope. The report put forth that sustainable development offers high returns, especially in emerging markets. It calls for a total overhaul of the global financial architecture, urging the global community to channel capital towards the countries that need it most and where it can do the most good. The June-July 2025 fourth edition of the International Conference on Financing for Development in Seville, Spain, stakes couldn't be higher.
Today we are meeting in Seville, in Spain, with representatives of 70 international organizations and 170 countries to bring humanity further from the horrors of the past.
The message is simple. If we are to meet the SDGs by 2030 and build a livable future beyond, financing must be bold, fair, and focused on people. Grace Komolafe, Sook News TV.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches if we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI. Bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to support total education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also, in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM award, by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best and nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, ESUT, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums, such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.